Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on this Wednesday morning. Joining me in studio, our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist, Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
His new nickname's the Plumber. We'll talk about why that is in a minute. And on the big screen, my man, senior macro strategist, Jimmy Case Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Anthony, Shai, Craig. Another great day. And my week just got better because I have a brand new Nespresso machine, which makes espressos just like that, snap of a finger. It's going to be a great morning. Nice.
You guys may see me partaking in a double espresso or two every morning. I got it.
All day.
Yeah, well, I really enjoy them. Good morning, chat. Hope you are all doing well today here on this Wednesday morning. Yesterday we finally saw some volatility, maybe some cracks in the, in the rally. Craig the Plumber, he's always looking for cracks, but we will get to all of that here this morning. Jam-packed day, a lot going on. We'll start with you though, Shai, as usual. What's going on in the news?
So the AI craze continues with Alibaba pledging $50 billion in AI. It seems the more tech companies pledge to spend, the more the stocks rally. So we have stock futures rose as Alibaba boosts sentiment. We've got NASDAQ futures up, 0.3% after the big slide yesterday. Alibaba jumped 9% on the announcement that they're spending $50 billion
Pepper's happy.
in AI. We did have Micron earnings yesterday. They rose after the strong earnings, but they are back down now. And interesting, the S&P 500 has gone 107 sessions without a drop of 2% or more, the longest streak in over a year. Next up, front page news everywhere is Trump's appearance yesterday at the UN, which I covered yesterday afternoon. But if you did miss
Go watch it.
Go watch it. He said, there are two things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much.
That is unbelievable.
Everyone says I should get a Nobel Peace Prize for each one of my achievements. So go watch just the opening. Then we have the Trump administration is seeking an equity stake as much as 10% in Lithium Americas. They have a lithium project called Thacker Pass with General Motors that is set to open in 2028 in the Nevada-Oregon border. But what's interesting about this is that it's actually a Canadian company. It's a Vancouver-based company, so I'm not sure how that's going to work out exactly. But the LAC is their ticker symbol. They did soar on that news. Then we have crypto ETFs set to flood the U.S. market as the regular streamlines approvals. This administration has been very crypto friendly, and so they have kind of changed the rules over at the SEC, and so they are ready for a deluge of ETFs. They say they've already got 12 in line, and they're expecting a wave of launches after that rule change. And we've got oil up overnight. Again, we bounced yesterday from that 6150 area that just seems to keep holding, but we are up overnight. The EU has proposed higher tariffs on Russian oil. Then we also had yesterday some comments at the UN from US, Latvia, and Belarus, kind of raising geopolitical alarms, talking about shooting down Russian drones if they enter airspace. And so that's kind of alerted some geopolitical alarms. And then crappy yesterday showed another draw. We'll see what that is. We have 1030 crude.
That's
data.
API. If you guys don't know, she calls it crappy.
Data's always off. But anyway, but we'll see what EIA does say 1030 today on crude.
Well, let's stay with you just for a second, too. What data we have coming out today?
Yep, we have it's a very quiet day, nothing market moving except for possibly 10:30 a.m. crude inventories and at 10 we have new home sales and building permits. I will definitely be watching that to see what the housing market is looking like, but not a market mover. So quiet day, you guys.
Yeah, so only 10 o'clock and 10:30 news, nothing at 8:30. Yeah, we'll see. Craig, what caught your eye overnight?
Actually, just looking here, I mean, the dollar today actually is catching my attention a little bit here, showing some signs of strength for a change, maybe a little bit of a change of tune there. Dollar euro moving 50 bips, dollar yen moving 50 bips, and maybe part of that is on back of some of the Trump rhetoric yesterday, aside from the escalator and elevator and teleprompter issues. I mean, he had a pretty hawkish message for, for the rest of the world and for Europe and maybe our America's role in that. And then there were some comments, about, he put a tweet out late in the afternoon about, Ukraine's ability to take back all the land that Russia has taken. So a little bit of hawkish rhetoric there, but the U.S. is only going to sell weapons and we're not going to necessarily be there. So it just seemed like a little bit of, Euro bearish fodder. German sentiment data also this morning was a little worse than expected. So that's another part of the, cracks in the story, right? I mean, we've moved quite significantly over the past weeks and months on this general dollar weak story, volatility suppression, administration has your back, economy's good, Fed has your back. And so as we arrived at expiry last week, now we're kind of post-expiry where dealer gamma positions are lower, probability of other things mattering rises. And so what we have is, some of the stuff on the dollar strength, yields grinding a little bit higher, some tech disappointment. I see Micron after good news. Actually, it was great news. I mean, they really blew the number out. Now the stock's trading, down pre-market. So, looking for cracks, as you mentioned earlier. I have a fundamental bias about how I think the world is playing out, but I need to start to see the tape kind of reflect that. And there's only certain times when that could possibly happen. I think we're in one of those windows now. And so when I start to see some of the, vol moves that we're seeing, a little bit of pickup in volatility, a little pickup in the VVIX as well. I see the dollar start to finding a bottom, oil starting to move a little bit higher here. Gold had a little bit of a check back, right? Some things that are happening under the hood makes me think, okay, is my fundamental story about a slowing economy, slowing earnings momentum, slowing labor market momentum, is that going to materialize? Let's start to see how the tape starts to play out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the dollar is right now something really to keep an eye on, because how many people have we talked to, Shai, that have come on this show and said this is really a story of we're buying things to get out of dollars, right? Not just them, but it's a global trade right now. Get out of the U.S. dollar, get into other things. Gold, we've talked about how that's been doing great in this environment. Equities, right? Anything that moves against the dollar, everything moves against the dollar. I mean, basically. So, with the dollar being up, let's go through the tape real quick here. So S&P this morning up nearly 12 points up. NASDAQ is up $66, quarter 1%. Leader to the upside this morning is NASI. Russell's up a few bucks, and the Dow is up 44. Natty gas, a little slide this morning again, down 24 ticks. You've got crude oil is up 74 ticks again. And we talked about this yesterday. Crude oil is the epitome of a range-bound trade. But every time it gets near the bottom, there's always a headline. And then when it gets to the top, there's always a headline. And so it keeps bringing it back to the middle. Again, when that market starts to move out of this range, I think it's going to be a good trade for day traders. I'll look at it for a swing position myself if it does come up. What do you want to say real quick about that, Shay?
I think because this market has been coiling for quite a while now, I think when it does break out, whichever direction,
it could be significant.
I'm biased to the upside, but
Yeah.
because of all the fundamentals behind it. But we will see. But I think it'll be a move when it moves.
I agree. I mean, if I could start to see it outside of the range, I buy some, put them, or sell some, put them in my back pocket, work a stop, and just see if it can go. But we're not there yet. But it's just crude. If you like really tight, choppy ranges, go check out crude oil. Gold down $15 today. Again, this is really the story, I think. Gold down, copper down, silver down, platinum down. Not necessarily the story that they're down, but the fact that the dollar is up against all currencies today, right? The dollar is up against the euro. I mean, Bitcoin is in Ether up a little bit, and that's really just because they got clipped the other day because that $1.5 billion that was taken out of the market cap or not market cap, whatever it was, shy of $1.5 billion of positions that were taken out. Was market cap, but nonetheless, when I look at that right now, I see that's interesting to me because again, that play has been working so well, and when the dollar is up, what is it, up 0.5 to 0.75% today versus the euro? Euro down 55 ticks, the yen is down 41 almost, and then you got the Swissies down 42. Decent moves. Again, we'll see what that does for equities throughout the day with a little bit of dollar strength. Makes me feel a little hesitant about buying into a rally into equities today is what I'm saying. That's why I think it's the story for today, because if dollar is strong and equities have started to finally rotate, it does dollar strength feed into a little bit of weakness in equities. Jimmy, let's go to you. We haven't been to you yet. That's the tail of the tape, as they say. What caught your eye overnight?
Yeah, I mean, I started with the, treasury bonds as usual. We trickled down a couple of ticks. Cash yields, 4.72% this morning when I logged in. So not that much of a change. Moving averages are going sideways here. This is probably going to be in a consolidation mode for a little bit longer until something breaks. But 116.5 is 116.15 30 seconds is a pretty good price right now. But right between that 8 and 21 EMA, and I think the yield curve's responding accordingly. So it's that part of it's looking okay. The other thing I look at every morning is SOFR. The SOFR rate is important for so many reasons because there's a lot of variable debt tied to SOFR now, right? Even with respect to personal loans, small business loans, a lot of that is tied to that SOFR rate. And that 25% Fed cut translated pretty close to a 25 basis point cut in the SOFR rate. SOFR does vary 5, 6, 7 basis points on any given day, but that's actually good news in my mind. I think that's very positive, and we're seeing MBA mortgage application, rates now at, I think this morning was 6.34%. So there's a little bit of hope there with respect to that part of the housing market anyway. But right now, bonds, notes, interest rates, kind of steady Freddy.
Yeah, I didn't mention bonds. I mean, relatively flat today. You got the 30-year is down 3 ticks. The ultra bonds down 5 ticks. You've got the 5-year and the 10-year basically totally flat. I think that the bond market is just stuck in mud, just because. I mean, let's face it. I don't think the Fed is going to do much. You continue to see the Fed almost, contradict itself, right? They're hawkish, they're dovish, and we keep going back and forth. What are they really doing? They cut 25 basis points, then they talkish. So it's like a rate cut, but there's not going to be as many rate cuts. Bond market is not really something I'm looking at too much right now. I don't know, Craig. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. It seems like we're a bit range bound here. We've talked about how really a range-bound bond market, all else equals probably supportive for equity risk. So, we'll have to see if we get a move in either direction here as we transition into quarter end and into the new quarter. I mean, there should be some pension rebalance at the end of the quarter, which, according to Goldman numbers, was actually going to be fairly significant pension flow out of equities for the third quarter. So, call it the end of this week into early part of next week. So, rotation out of equities into bonds. So another negative flow, right, for the equity market here over the course of the next 7+ days. So I think that's part of the story from yesterday, and as I'm thinking through the rest of the week, is we have this, these non-fundamental flows, right? These systematic flows, CTA flows, vol control funds. Exposures are incredibly elevated, near the 100 percentile on a 5-year look back across a wide swath of these flows that have been very supportive for the equity tape, for months, if not longer. And so, who's the incremental buyer here into quarter end? Pension rebalance, that's a flow out. Share buybacks are starting to wane. That's less of an inflow.
We're blackout.
Starting to go into the blackout period. So, and then you have this kind of quarter end liquidity drain where banks are window dressing their balance sheets, which also typically pulls capital out. So we've seen over the course of the last several years, last week of the quarter, fireworks here for a little bit of equities as banks start to reposition too, because they have regulatory issues. So all those things kind of add up to, okay, that systematic flow that we've seen that's been so supportive, it's not there right now. And so if there are other headlines that come out, more fundamental, whether it's earnings, whether it's the Fed, whether it's economic data, which shows something different, we've increased the possibility that a correction, or a check back can occur.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at the sentiment check in a while. Like, typically you'll see like very bullish, extremely bullish. I would assume that, I like to look at sentiment. Obviously, positioning, talking about CTAs, like you said, is near, caps. COT data actually isn't,
right,
which is kind of interesting there that the futures, it's because they're not using the leverage product. And let's not forget, COT data for futures, for equity index futures, I've always found to be a little bit, could be misleading, maybe not the word. I'll go to Jimmy on this, but I think that you don't necessarily get the cleanest picture. If you ask Larry Williams, who is the GOAT of COT data, he will tell you he does not even look at it for equities. Jason Shapiro, who I think is the modern day best guy to follow for it, he does. And so you split the difference, right? I look at it and go, it could be helpful, but I don't think it is much. Let's talk about positioning just for a second, Jimmy. I know you always are looking at COT data. What are your thoughts on equities and COT?
I am 100% aligned with you and Larry. I think it's less meaningful in the equity world. I think it's a commodity market, gold nugget. It works great on the commodities, on energies, on those type of markets. I think it's fantastic because it's truly, when you're thinking about hedging the commercials and you're thinking about the funds, that gives you the story of that longer term trade. The equity markets, they're too fickle, man. And plus there's a lot of other hedges as well that people focus on, like the zero DTEs and the options and all this other stuff. So I agree. I am aligned with you and Larry on the COT for equities. I'll take a peek at it to see if there's anything wild, but usually it does not help me with my bias. I'd rather rely on stuff like, Mentor Q today came out and said, hey, we have this serious, negative gamma situation going on in the QQQs today, which will translate into the NASI. Stuff like that, I think, are a little bit more important for me.
We'll stay on that for a second. What did they say about that negative gamma situation in the Qs?
Well, to make a long story short, I think what they're saying is there's significant resistance to the upside, and on some of these markets. So, and you can see that when you in the S&P, when you see like 6750s being, is going to be hard to maintain a candle close above that. If you think that this raging bull market is going to start slowing down, and we're going to get some consolidation sideways. But that's kind of a switch, right? We've kind of switched quarter to quarter into that negative gamma situation for the NASI and the ES.
What do you think about that, Craig? That's interesting, right? That's something I love Mentor Q for those types of things. How about that cool indicator that they posted on X? We're going to have some really cool updates for Mentor Q here on NinjaTrader very, very soon. Just talk about that negative gamma, though.
Yeah, look, what's important is to understand the type of trading regime that we're in. In a positive gamma regime, dealers are trading against the tape, right? So as the tape is moving higher, they're selling futures into that in order to hedge their own exposures. In a negative gamma regime, the dealers are trading with the tape, and that's in both directions. And so if the market is falling, dealers are selling into that to hedge their exposure, which exacerbates the moves. And so as we approach and we kind of transition from positive to negative gamma, we move into a regime where we can see these accelerated moves. And so if we start to get into a negative gamma regime to the downside, and we get a negative piece of data, and we have zero data expiry guys who are, let's say, losing money in a day, we can have a 50, 100 basis point move that kind of comes into something much larger. Like Tracy said earlier, we haven't had a 2% day in 107 days. It's because we've been largely in this positive gamma regime. But if we can transition into a negative gamma regime, which is more likely to happen after expiry, which we just had, and it's more likely to happen after a quarterly expiry because positions are cleaner, then we can get into a situation where we have more exacerbated selling to the downside. Should a economic or fundamental, some sort of catalyst come out that kind of triggers that momentum. This is what Brent was talking about last week, that 1 + 1 + 1 = 100 type move, because we've pushed so much length into the market, into the systematic flows, that if we got some data points, and we could start to see that unravel here maybe over the course of the next couple weeks into a seasonally weaker October period. Volatility in October typically rises as well. And so that seasonal malaise that traders have been looking for in September didn't really transpire, but it's really a September, October type thing. And we're heading into spooky October as we transition to next week. So I don't think we're out of the woods yet on this construct.
I find it to be very interesting. Timing is pretty spot on with that. You guys have been covering that, continuously. Shah, you lifted the curse from the Bears. Did you just lift the curse for the 2% move in S&P?
Oh, maybe.
Shai, let's preview our guests. We've still got minutes before we get to the Edge Report, but I'm looking forward to having Todd on today.
Yep, we have Todd Harrison, who is founding partner and CIO of CB1 Capital. They are an investment advisor and manager that specializes in cannabis-based wellness solutions, products, and therapies that address a wide range of unmet medical conditions.
Yeah,
So-
and Todd was at the beginning of that. I mean, I would think, remember when I first
Very
came on
beginning.
X, he was, really the first person I've seen talk about marijuana stocks, and that when they got hot, they got hot. I don't think there's much these days, but you never know. I'll be curious to see what Maha does with that. I'm going to actually ask him about that. We've got some continued news coming out about that lately, so we'll see what Todd thinks about that. Also, again, good morning, chat. I haven't totally gotten to all of you yet this morning on this Wednesday morning. Like we said, we've got data at 10 a.m. and 10:30. Not a lot here. We're going to have some great guests this morning. Of course, we've got Kane, we've got Leo, we've got Stowe, and we've got Funded Family Futures coming on today, which is going to be interesting to talk with them about, see what's going on in the retail prop space. So a lot going on. Let me say hi to the chat. We got Adam, My Serona, Coast Peroni, Spider, Melvin, Paulie, Engineer Bear, of course, always first one in there. Toasty Trades, Gary, Anissa. Good morning, Anissa. We've got Fractal Firmament. We've got Gary. We've got Infinity Works. We've got, we got Samuel Ramos. We've got Ozark PB. We've got Cooper. What's up, Cooper? Video Starcade. We get down to Mark. We've got Hey Jude. We've got Edward. We've got Chart Slayer. Chart Slayer's in here, everybody. He's here. He's with us. Mandu, Jacob, Dr. Serena Reap, Thomas Millett, Drunk Radish. Good morning. Hit the like and subscribe button. We're over 100. We're only like 1,500 away or less from 150K. I know that people are hoping that maybe me and Pax are going to go on a roller coaster with one of those cameras. That's not going to happen. That's 250K. But at 150K, that would be absolutely hilarious. So could you imagine Pax going, oh my God, we're going. Look at the dip, Anthony. We're going. Hang on. That would be epic. Maybe we need to have like a Great America trip. Remember the CME Great America trip? You and Jimmy probably would remember that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Podcast.
Adults having fun at Great America.
Craig's going. No, but at 150K, we'll be giving away a lot of stuff here on NinjaTrader Live. It's an exciting moment for us to get to that milestone. We appreciate all of you in here. So again, please like, subscribe, and hit that notify me, which I do I know I'm here in the morning. I still hit the notify me. I don't know. It's just, I like getting notified that we're going on air, and for the afternoon guys as well. Less than 2 minutes left. Shai and I will be going to the guest before, and then we got Jimmy's Edge Report. Final thoughts today, Craig, going into the trade.
Yeah, just looking at the poll this morning, still 2-1 favor Bulls to Bears, 160 something votes. So even after the 1 day correction yesterday, people are still constructive, right? I mean, traders and most, I think most fundamental guys are still thinking, look, we've come a long way, but there's really nothing to disrupt the apple cart. What I would say is the resident plumber. We're starting to see some cracks in the market structure, right? We're starting to see a little bit of a pickup in volatility, a little bit of pickup in volatility of volatility. We're seeing yesterday the meme index started the day out stronger, finished down 2.5%. Most short names starting to slide a little bit. So, again, let's watch Micron today. Big number yesterday, big outperformance. Stock trading a little bit weaker pre-market. Let's see how that trades. BABA was very strong overnight, so maybe some rotation out of the U.S. again into China. That's another negative flow. So I'm a little bit more cautious here as we push into the end of the quarter with some of that pension rebalance for sale, stock buybacks in blackout period, and a systematic market that is very, very long. Retail and maybe sentiment isn't there. You were asking about sentiment earlier. It's not, the AAII bull bear stuff is not particularly stretched, but the systematic community is incredibly long. And so we can get a situation where we get forced selling out of that community, all these leverage ETF products. And today, if we start to go down, they become forced sellers. So we're in a little bit of that window of weakness period here between now and the end of the quarter. That has me, keeping my head on a swivel.
Yeah, no, and I think that it's important to know, like I said, like sentiment isn't super bullish yet. I didn't think it would be either. But when you have positioning kind of the way it is, I think it just sets up to what I wrote this morning in my note. It's a two-way tape. I think that you're going to finally start to see rotations. I think now for day traders, now you could be a little bit small on a rally. I mean, you get some resistance, you look at it and go, wow, if there is follow through, you might be able to step on it a little bit, going back to what Jimmy said on negative gamma. So I think, again, everybody this morning, hopefully we help provide an idea of what's happening in the market environment to help you execute your system, your trades better during the day. Craig, thank you so much. Shai will be back in a minute. Everybody, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, well, let's start with the E-mini S&P since we already introduced it today. We have a daily chart right now, a really nice trend channel sloping up nicely here. Yesterday, we had an equal and opposite candle. In other words, the body of the candle was the same size as the previous session and the opposite color. That, to me, suggests that sellers finally took control yesterday and brought us back down to some sort of equilibrium. We have a baby candle right now. We have a really nice volume point of control just south of where we're trading at right now, 67.08. And this is a monthly volume profile that I have popped up on my chart. Stochastics are strong. Moving averages are still sloping up nicely. We still have that rollover gap way down here at a 38.1% retracement, but no real meaningful retracement on a daily right now. So this is strong. Right now, my bias is still bullish, notwithstanding all the stuff we just mentioned about negative gamma and whatnot. But two-sided tapes and all that stuff is true, but still pretty strong. 17, only a 17 handle range so far overnight in the E-mini S&P, high to low. So a little bit better than yesterday. Yesterday we're talking 12. So we squeezed a five extra handles out of it so far. But there are some good targets here. We got Jacks 4. Just a little bit higher than we're at right now at 67.30. We have a Mentor Q blind spot, 0 DTE call resistance, and 0 DTE gamma wall at 35. So that'll be an interesting line in the sand for me. If we do get a rally there, we're going to have a candle close above that and then continuation. I don't know. London though, the London initial balance was interesting. Big sell-off for the first half hour, and the second half hour, forget about it. They just brought it right back up. So a lot of strength overnight from that point of view. For the bears, though, we do have a high vol level here at 67.15, and then some jacks levels a little bit lower. I'm looking at this previous session's low also as a key spot on the downside, 67.01 3/4 for the E-mini S&P. Let's pivot over to the Bitcoin. We're in September still, folks. Your software might have tried to roll you. It might have tried to roll you into the October contract. So we're not ready for the October contract yet. So keep that in mind. Right now, so I don't know. We just have trouble. Yesterday technically we closed right at that 61.8% retracement, but we don't have a confirmation candle. Today's not a confirmation candle so far, unless we close below yesterday's close. And right now, it looks like buyers are pushing us back up. And look at the moving averages. Talk about bowl of spaghetti. Tangled in love, 821.50, all tight right there. Again, suggesting some sideways action right at that 50% retracement level, right around that 113.200 level. And stochastics, though, are looking ugly. We had that cross under. It's moving down toward oversold territory. Not there yet, 28.86. So, I'm a little bit torn between being neutral here and being bearish here, but I'm gonna kind of lean into the neutral category right now, given where everything else is with the equities and with the treasuries. On the intraday for the Bitcoin, high vol levels kind of define the top of the conversation, along with that R1 level, 113, 165, 113, 255, give or take. Above that, though, we do have some targets. Previous session's highs, 445. We have Jacks 5 at 500. And then that Mentor Q one-day max. This is the gift that keeps on giving, everybody. We are at 930 for that, and then R2 right above that. So a lot of targets for the bulls. For the bears, we also have a lot of targets as well. We've been trading above VWAP pretty much ever since we lost it in the rearview mirror at 12:30 to 1 o'clock this morning. Not a lot happened in London. but we did catch a little bit of a bid here after that. But the VWAP is pretty far away for the session. It's right by that pivot level. So there's some downside targets there. See if we get that Brian Shannon VWAP touch possibly. And then you've got that call resistance level at 112 even is another kind of really nice target here on the downside. That is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
Yes, we have Todd Harrison, who is the founding partner and CIO of CB1 Capital Management. Todd spent over 35 years on Wall Street managing risk and researching financial market strategies. He's worked for Morgan Stanley, the Galleon Group, Kramer Berkowitz. And so looking forward to talking about the cannabis industry with him and what's going on as far as using it as a medical substance rather than recreational.
Yeah, no, exactly. And one of the good things about having Todd on is he knows a lot of the names that many of us wouldn't know. So I know that we do a lot of future stuff, but let me tell you, you're going to get some names from Todd that he's eyeing, and let me tell you, he's good. All right, let's speak with Todd. Todd, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Great to have you here. Like I told Shai, I've been following you for years on X, previously known as Twitter. And are we going to say that forever? I think we have to. We're kind of old school where we were on there, kind of not the beginning. Shai was on there right away. But yeah, I think, going back to the days of you bringing up cannabis and marijuana, you were at the forefront of that charge. And really it became, at one point, the hottest sector in the markets. That has since cooled off, but we've got RFK in now in this administration, and I'm curious, with Maha front and center a lot lately, should we be starting to look again at what's going on in the cannabis industry?
Well, yes, I think there's a few reasons why we should, and just as a little context, I've been on Wall Street 35 years. I was president of Kramer Berkowitz in 2011 when the planes hit, watched people holding hands and jumping, ran from the smoke. That is what opened my world to cannabis. It wasn't the first time I used it, but it certainly helped me cope through PTSD, helped me with sleep, and that opened the door for me. I went to see a doctor, not knowing what PTSD was, and she opened the door for me to the science, and that's a rabbit hole that I crawled down about 18 years ago and haven't come back from. To your point, yes, 4 or 5 years ago, this was the hottest sector on the street. There was a blue sweep. Everybody thought that Biden would follow through on his campaign promises to unleash this plant. As you alluded to, we think it's more about wellness than vice, but certainly there's a place for both. And we're relying right now on President Trump to follow through on his campaign pledge, which he made a year ago. And he reiterated a few weeks ago, about a month ago, that there would be a decision that would be imminent, which is rescheduling, which for anybody who's ever traded biotech like I did way back when at Morgan Stanley, this is a binary event into year end. This is effectively the space has become a call option on federal reform. And we could talk about why we think we're going to get that from President Trump.
Yeah, I mean, stay with that. Let's talk about why you think we're going to get it.
Sure. So I've had the benefit and the honor, actually, of working with Weldon Angelos for the last 5 years. Weldon was pardoned by President Trump in his first term, and they subsequently passed the most progressive criminal justice reform since. They have a good relationship. There are advocates within this administration. And most importantly, this is a president that ran on promises made, promises kept. And last September, he put out a Truth Social post saying that he is in favor of rescheduling. He is in favor of clemencies, banking, importantly, and states' rights. For those who don't know, cannabis stocks have had a hellish run. It's been a brutal bear market for the last 4.5 years. MSOS, which we advise, is the U.S. cannabis ETF. That is encapsulates the space. It's the only listed vehicle of size that you can trade. Everything else is listed on secondary exchanges up in Canada or on the pink sheets because of the Schedule 1 treatment. You can't deduct operating expenses as Schedule 1 narcotics. So the move to Schedule 3, we think, will unleash a halo effect. First, it'll address the taxes, or at least stop the clock on the taxes. We have to go back and address the unsettled tax provisions for the last several years, but there is precedent there. It will hopefully pave the way for custody and uplisting to U.S. exchanges. This is something that we've been in contact with the administration about. And states like Pennsylvania, Virginia is going to flip the governor. So there's big states that are coming online in addition to what we're seeing on the federal side. And we think this all triggers with Schedule 3, which we think comes from the top. This administration, the president said he's going to do it. We think he's going to follow through. We think the events of the last few weeks probably pushed everything for a couple of weeks just because focus was elsewhere. But we don't think it in any way deviated from what we think is going to happen. And I think the timing of this call could potentially be very positive for your listeners, for your watchers. This MSOS was trading in the 50s when Biden got elected. It's trading at 4 and change now. Into the red sweep, it was down to 2 not too many months ago, and that's when the decision on rescheduling was leaked to the Wall Street Journal. It wasn't supposed to come out, but it was leaked, and that's what's given the space the boost in August. It's now consolidated in September. All of the overbought conditions are now worked off. It looks like a pretty healthy chart to me, but as we all know, charts don't matter when there's a binary, decision coming.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what happens because, like we said, we heard just from RFK and President Trump recently about it, and I think that once he has a pattern, right? President Trump, once he starts getting on something, he'll stay on it, and so that's why it's really perfect time to have Todd here to talk about this stuff.
Absolutely. And Todd, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the efforts behind the scenes have been nonstop, and we saw earlier this year a letter from a number of celebrities and athletes that Weldon Angelos pulled together. I helped him with this. That was delivered to the administration earlier this summer. I guess it's still technically summer. But a few months ago, Tyson went on Fox and Friends. This has started to gain momentum. Jim Hagedorn from Scott's Miracle-Gro, who's a big Trump supporter, has publicly said that Trump has told him numerous times that this is a done deal. We've heard that elsewhere, but until it's done, it's not done. And there's a lot of PTSD and recency bias in the sector because legislatively, we've been let down by Schumer and his crew, and Biden, promised this and never came through. So, we've lost the growth investors, we've lost value investors, we've lost retail. And in the first 6 months of this year, we saw pretty much every institutional holder of the names tap out. So total and complete capitulation between the red sweep when we lost Florida also and the second quarter this year. So from a timing standpoint, I think it pays to pay attention now.
And then given CB1 Capital's thesis on cannabis as, wellness and pharmaceutical opportunity, how do you kind of distinguish the difference between consumer-facing cannabis investments and the biotech pharma cannabis companies in terms of risk and reward?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Cannabis has been around for 30,000 years. It's been used for 10,000 years as medicine across different societies and cultures around the world. It was weaponized to stop immigration at El Paso way back when alcohol prohibition was repealed. If you go and look at the history of this plant and the wellness benefits that were being used throughout history, until the U.S. government put a stop to it, you begin to see, a very tangled and very dark stain on the soul of this country, right? They've weaponized what is Earth's medicine effectively. So we really look at this as 3 phases. The first phase, we saw years ago, that was Canadian funded capacity. There are a few names in Canada that we think coming out of this, and I wouldn't even say it's a Canadian name, Village Farms. VFF, it's a global cannabis company that Canada just happens to be their first international market. They have 4 or 5 different licenses around the world. That's a NASDAQ listed name. We think that's going to be a heck of a vehicle, heck of an investment. But Canada was the first phase. US CPG was the second phase, and that got all sorts of issues with the lack of regulation, the lack of reform, and then the hemp loophole, which I think has really clouded the industry and taken a lot of the demand away from state legal and safe and tested cannabis, right? So you have this hemp loophole, which effectively legalized hemp, and they've modified hemp to make it intoxicating. Anybody who's ever experienced cannabis knows that if it gets you high, it's cannabis, not hemp. Hemp is a very, very agile plant and a lot of different use cases, but that's also been a problem for 2.0. As we get to 3.0, which is efficacy-driven solutions, we think that there is a whole host of indications that cannabis and cannabinoid-based wellness solutions, plant-based medicine is going to solve for. We saw I think the pioneer in that with GW Pharmaceuticals a few years ago. That was our biggest position when it got taken out. We have a few of them now on the private side, which we think could potentially put GW to shame. But that, to us, is the next frontier. RFK has made a point about focusing on plant-based medicine. We know how he feels about psilocybin, and he wants to open up the gates to study and research cannabis to help society wean off all of these poisons that the pharmaceutical industry has pumping into our veins. So it's a good time to pay attention.
And then how would you, if you're kind of in today's macro environment, especially considering kind of higher interest rates, a little bit of tighter liquidity, everybody focused on AI, how would, cannabis fit into kind of like a broader portfolio? Because we are seeing some investor appetite shift to some more niche sectors.
Yeah, no, I mean, this has been the odd man out. I mean, especially since you can't custody it and it can't list on U.S. exchanges. MSOS lists on the New York. Village Farms, which I talked about, lists on NASDAQ. There's a few other Canadian names, but other than that, names that we really like for torque on the U.S. side, names like TerraSend and Verano, where we think you're going to get, on rescheduling, potentially 3 to 5x on some of these names over time if the other elements start to follow, banking being primarily the focus here. Because if you don't have the pipes, you're not going to have liquidity. And what's happened is because you have a New York Stock Exchange listed ETF and you have the underlyings listed on these secondary exchanges, you've had, and I won't name names, but some of the bigger hedge funds out there have been just laying all over the space through algorithms. And anybody who watches markets like I have for 35 years can see it plain as day. But until there is a change in the federal landscape that allows for institutions to invest or allows for M&A to take place, which the good news is we think is right around the corner. The shorts and the bears have had their way with the space for 5 years, and we think there's a pretty significant embedded short base, if not a naked short base, that if we get a rescheduling, you could see an outsized squeeze to the upside.
We got just under 2 minutes left, Shai. Any last thoughts or questions you have here for Todd?
So, what would you say is the most structural issues with this product? Is it just access to banking? Is it uplisting potential? Is it liquidity constraints? What are the things most critical to resolve for cannabis to kind of mature as an asset class?
It's all of the above. It really has been if I can say this, a clusterfuck of an industry, as my friend likes to say, the band of misfit toys. Without any institutions, it's been it's been a bit of a circus, if I could be frank. There's been a lot of self-inflicted wounds by the industry. But what we foresee and what we've been working on, has a line of sight on solving for the issues that have been weighing on the sector. And Schedule 3 will unlock that, we believe. We think it will unlock the pathway to banking. The halo effect will allow a red Congress to pass cannabis legislation, both whether it's safe banking or states 2.0, which we know the president is in favor of. But it all starts with Schedule 3 because nobody really wants to touch a Schedule 1 narcotic, whether it's an exchange, whether it's a CPG company. We still think there's going to be a pretty big buy bill, but we need to see some federal movement. And we think once that starts with Schedule 3, we'll see banking, we'll see clemencies, we'll see states' rights over the course of the next year or so. But we got to get that first down. And once we get that first down, I think then you'll see the appetite after the wildest and most brutal capitulation I've seen in 35 years, and the most brutal bear market that I've seen in my career. There's a reason we're still here, right? We believe in this plant. We believe that it's part of the solution for society, and we believe that there's going to be an economic advantage to owning some of these names and particularly positioning for 3.0.
Yep. We got to end it there, Todd. It's an interesting space. It's an interesting time for the space. Always love hearing your insight, my brother. So great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
So, yeah, it gets really interesting. I think it's really an interesting time for this space because it has been beaten down. I was looking at charts of it the other day when we knew we were going to have them on, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to be adding to my Kraken app. I'm going to look to buy some MSOS. I wrote it down, yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, I like to look for beaten down markets, start a small position in them if there's a story that's possibly brewing. And it sounds as though that there is a story brewing here.
Yeah, absolutely. Good opportunity. Wanted to get him on. Haven't talked to him in a very long time, probably since these stocks were trading much higher. So
I know.
Good time to have him on.
Yeah, it's interesting because there was a time where hemp and all that stuff, but I was at, FIA conferences where they were really pushing for it to become a commodity on the exchanges. And it is on some exchanges. It's not on CME, but I don't think that story's gone.
Yeah.
Right. I think that, again, like everything, things get really hot and they don't. And that last question you ask, I think, is extremely important. It's not as big as it got. It's really kind of not that big yet.
Right.
And, and again, I think people like myself, initially, you always associate it with, it's people are smoking weed or whatever. But the space is so much bigger than that. There isn't a massage place you can't go to that doesn't use like CBD, creams and
right.
It's just being used everywhere. And it just gets interesting to see where it goes. And if it's been beaten down this month, this much.
Kind of like it.
Yeah, it gets interesting, right? I mean, the risk reward tends to then skew. Any final thoughts before we go into chat today?
Just a quiet day today. We only have one Fed speaker, so tomorrow we have a ton of
only one.
Tomorrow we have a ton of data and a ton of Fed speakers. So very quiet day today. So stay safe out there.
All right, Shai. Thank you so much. All right. Next up, we have Manuel Marez. We've got Funded Futures Family. Good morning, Manuel. How are you doing? Hey. Nice to meet you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with you today.
Great to have you here. We've been doing retail prop segments each and every Wednesday now and getting a chance to meet with the CEOs, the owners of the prop firms and understand, what's happening in this space. As I've said each and every week, I mean, the space has grown unbelievably, and it's gotten really to the point where that is the intro product or intro path, I should say, for traders to get into futures. Talk to us a little bit about Funded Futures Family.
Yeah, Anthony, and it's for me, it's been a whole a journey this year. We're actually a week away from celebrating 1 year as Funded Futures Family. And my background is really in the Medicare industry. I've been in the Medicare industry for 15 years. And so getting into this industry of the prop firm, the futures prop firm, it's still I'm still within that learning curve. It's been a great journey, as I mentioned, coming in here. And it's a lot of comparison for me as the CEO of Funded Futures Family of what we are doing here, what we are offering the community. As far as the trading community, especially with not having a background in the trading industry. So it was just a matter of lining up the right people, the right folks, the bright folks that are helping me run different departments, taking feedback from the front line, taking feedback from traders. I mean, I've honestly opened an X account just a month ago. And so it's really a interesting journey for me, but I'm really proud of what we've done in 12 months. Initially coming in as a CFO and operations manager, and then taking over the firm the last 8 months has really placed us in a position to offer, a transparent process for everyone. I think that's what most of the people feedback that we get talk about us when it comes to Funded Futures Family. So a lot of transparency, educational challenges, and similar to Medicare, right? In the Medicare industry, as a broker for 15 years, I think one of the things that we really push is the options, having options for people. And so here at FFF, it's kind of what I've been working on building with my team is giving traders options. When I first came in, it's more like most of the prop firms, they have their setup and it's kind of consistent all the way through. And so for us to be able to come in here and offer traders options of 1 day pass, 2 day pass, straight to funded, eval to live, and constantly innovating has been a great journey for me and a lot of learning. I still have a lot of learning to do, but I'm very excited to be able to celebrate 1 year in this industry and having the success that we're having today, thanks to my team and all the people that trust in us to join our prop firm.
I love hearing a CEO talk about you having a lot to learn because it shows that you're continually trying to get better. I think that's the same mindset that traders have. So I really appreciate hearing that. And so let's talk about that. One of the things I've mentioned in all of my conversations on here with other CEOs in the retail prop space is it's a great responsibility you have, Manuel, because you are really the touch point for a lot of brand new traders, right? Because it's the explosive growth in retail prop, in my opinion, it has such a massive responsibility because it's the first touch point that a lot of traders are getting. You talked about having options. We see so many traders coming in and trading NASDAQ, probably the most popular product, and then we get into some S&P, and then the other products, kind of trickle down, right? And I think that's just the path for most traders anyway. But nonetheless, what options are you giving traders to look at additional products, and what support are you giving them to trade those additional products?
Well, I've given a lot of emphasis on beginning with educational challenges that are not easy, but fair. And so the options that we are giving our traders, like I mentioned earlier, is the 1 day to pass, the 2 day pass plans, the straight to funded. So we kind of are catering the opportunities to everyone in the futures industry. And it's amazing to see when we first started, it was more of a 2 day pass, which is called our classic plan. And we would do specials called the 1 day to pass plan. And we would see the hype of how people were really interested in those types of options. But when we started considering the straight to funded options for our traders, we first thought, well, it might not be wise for people that are new into this industry, into the futures. We have people coming from Forex or other platforms that are trading here, if it was wise or not. But when you're serving thousands of people all over the world, I mean, it's really amazing to see the feedback and the interest in those types of options. We actually began our live program. We call it a path to live. So our plans are structured in a way to get traders to be in a challenging plan that would take them into a path to our live. And, we've only had our live account for a couple of months, and it's just great to see hundreds of people already placed into the live accounts and seeing the success that they're having. Working with our coaching staff, our risk management is constantly involved in reviewing all these results, right? With data is important. I look at FFF and my role in FFF more like Moneyball, right? Not having a trader background and looking at the data and running reports, reviewing risk, also margins, and the options that we offer is really important. And I think that's what people like. We've had a lot of stability with the people that are trading at FFF, the consistency, right? The tenured traders that stay and like the challenges that we offer.
A couple questions. One is, I understand those are the options that you have for people to come in and potentially get funded. What products are you offering? Like, let's talk about like CME futures. Or can people come in and trade gold, silver? Can they trade bonds? Is it just equities? What are the initial products that people have the ability to trade to get funded with?
Well, that's and honestly, Anthony, as I mentioned earlier, my background is not in trading. I don't have a trader background, and so I've hired a smart group of people that makes all those things available for our traders. So that's something that I've delegated to my scientific, what I call my laboratory, to make those options available to the traders out there. So honestly, that's something that I've really don't get too involved with. I just focus more on the formulas. I focus a lot on the compliance, making sure that the message gets out there properly to those that are involved, so that what we are offering is the right thing for the community out there.
Got it. So let's talk about, getting funded to go into trading live. Is there a pathway? Does it go sim, and then does it go? One of the things I didn't like that I saw in the industry was like sim live, right? When it's saying it's live, but they're not. So how does that path go? So if you come in at sim and then you get funded, are you going to what's considered a sim live environment, or are you going right to live futures markets?
Yeah, that's a good question. And yeah, they're going straight to live. As I mentioned earlier, when we first rolled out the sim to live, I was also a little hesitant to that. As I mentioned, that's kind of my focus is reviewing our formulas, and it's been one of our most popular plans. So yes, traders will go into a sim account. The challenges are more difficult, but fair. And once they get through the simulator, they do go into live. We don't have a sim live. We actually go straight to live. We have a setup that really helps the traders. We have a team behind the live program that is constantly coaching the team, meeting with the team to review what they're going to be doing. And but yeah, they go straight to live. There's no sim live program with FFF. It goes straight to live, and it's very popular, by the way. As I mentioned, hundreds of traders have graduated, as we call it, into the live program, and a lot of them are having success. Once if they do burn their accounts in the live, it takes time as the way that we're set up. But once they get back into sim, a lot of these traders actually want to go straight back into live. So we work out, depending on the results, depending on their history, and that's the importance of data. That's the importance of risk management. Some of the traders do get to go right back into live afterwards. So yes, it's very interesting how it functions. But even for myself, to see all this happening and see the hundreds of traders in there, it's just a great thing that we're offering our users.
Good to hear that they're going right into live. I love that, because that's where the real career path is made.
Yeah.
Once they get going live, things do change a little bit from there, from sim to there. But
They-
we've only got a couple of minutes left. Go ahead, Manuel.
No, I was just say do. I mean, we actually rolled out a short-term eval to live, Anthony. So that's also been an interesting journey. We have a good group of traders that have been very interested in that. So we've been collaborating with them. I think it's the fact of listening to the front line and what the front line feedback gives to us, not just from our staff, but also from the traders. And so that's another interesting journey that we're actually doing right now. We've considered doing something more of a FFF 2.0, right? Where we make challenges that are less costly for the traders, but more educational, so that anyone like myself that doesn't have a background in trading but wants to get into trading can use that platform to get better at it. So yeah, it's working out for us, and so we're very happy to be able to be with Tradeovate, NinjaTrader, and offer this platform to our traders.
Yeah, no, we're happy to be there to provide that technology for the traders. We continue to constantly, look at what we can do to help these traders. Obviously, technology is a key role. Staying live connected as things are going and markets get busy. It's always important for us. We only got about a minute left. Maybe just tell everybody what separates you guys from everybody else. The space has become so competitive. What separates your company from everybody else?
I think that our company is more focused on the challenge, the education, and the compliance. We don't have, like most prop firms do, have a lot of affiliates and people that are pushing. We don't have that. I think it's a great thing to have for those that have affiliates that are big out in the market and that understand the industry. But in our end, we haven't had that. So I think that's what's unique with us is that we've been able to market a prop firm that is transparent, that is challenging, that pays their traders, moves them to live, answers questions, services the customers 24/7. We have a very good star rating. And so that's what I think separates us from everyone else. A year in, having the success without that support that most have, I think is what makes us unique. And so we're hoping to continue on for many years to come.
Got it. And I wish you all the best, man. Well, thank you so much for your time today. Everybody check out if you're learning more with Funded Futures Family. And congratulations on your 1-year anniversary.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon. Thank you. All right, everybody. It's Wednesday. A lot happened so far this morning. Pretty interesting. So many things to talk about. Remember, we've got data today at 10 o'clock, and then we have data also at 10:30. One of the things I think back to this morning that was really interesting that we talked about, what's been going on with that negative gamma. We're going to see Cagnina talk more about that throughout the morning. I think it's a little bit of an interesting, different dynamic that we're now seeing in the markets. We're finally seeing rotation. God forbid, we're starting to get volatility back, and that's great for the next two traders that we're about to have on. We've got ES Leo, otherwise known as NASDAQ Leo, the big cat. And then we've got Kane. Let's get ready to trade the open with Kane and Leo. That's a handsome picture there, boy. What's up, big dogs?
What's up?
How are you?
I don't hear anyone. I feel like am I alone here? Is everybody muted?
Uh-oh.
I
Uh-oh.
hear you. And I even heard myself.
Can they hear me?
When I was listening.
I can't hear him, but Kane looks like he's like in Iceland or something with that jacket on.
Yeah, what the heck is going on, Kane?
I'm in New York. It's not that hot here right now.
I can't hear him.
So.
Oh, you guys hear him? I can't hear him. So I lost my feed. So stop the presses. I'm going to let these two guys go because they can't hear me. And boy, man, I'm going to tell you what, King, you're lucky because I was going to get on you about this jacket. I'm just letting you know. So it was going to be kind of a fun back and forth, but I can't hear you guys. I got to just say something before I let it go. Hit the like and subscribe button. Support these guys. I love these guys. They are so much fun. I love what they bring to the trading industry, both of them. Spectacular guys, spectacular traders. Get us to the path to 150K. Guys, I'm sorry I couldn't hear you this morning, but Kane, be well in Iceland, and Leo, I'll see you soon.
All right, buddy.
See you later. He's lucky that he can hear us, to be honest.
Kane, I can barely hear you.
Why?
I think your microphone might be coming from the phone across the room or something.
What about now? I mean, you'll hear me.
There we go.
Yeah, but that will be horrible. So, but I guess
Why?
it's better than nothing because it was through my headphones. So, I don't know.
Get some new headphones.
Yeah, these are pretty bad to be honest, but I use them to travel. I'm just in New York for a few days, as you know. So, packed light.
The Big Apple. I saw
The Big
you
Apple.
post that on Instagram yesterday.
Yeah, it's in and out, in and out. We'll see. We'll see what comes from it. He's in an igloo. Yeah.
Is it cold in New York?
It's not warm. It's not cold. It's just, I wear it for layering,
How'd
thing
you
is,
sleep last night?
like a baby, brother. I fell asleep at like
Really?
9:30 and woke up at like 6 a.m. Jet lag always kills you like the first day, but I'm here for so little. So it's just like I want to kind of stay pretty, on the UK time zone. I don't want to, coats indoors. Anyway, how's tarading going? How's things?
Well, we had our Sunday prep. I talked about, tagging 25,000. We did that, and then we just did nothing. We went sideways. There's like a flat top at that high. We had that liquidation yesterday. Well, I don't call it a liquidation, but that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
In this higher time frame. So this is a 60-minute chart. And I don't know. I mean, it does look like it's more or less two-way, right? So we had this week strong bid from Sunday into Monday, and then now we rotated down and back through kind of we're at the midpoint of the week actually. So I'm kind of interested to see if sellers show up today at all, or really if anybody shows up aggressively. So yeah, for me, we're in the middle of the range, and I don't really have a strong opinion one way or another. It's
Yeah.
it's bullish. Everything's bullish. So even liquidations are bullish. But
It's true. Yeah. It's really true.
it's just a
It's
joke.
Yeah, I know, but it's true, isn't it? Because right now we we have these events that should have some sort of correction in the market. They correct and then they immediately get rebalanced, and actually we trade through the correction and way higher. So you do have to just treat everything as bullish right now. Sounds silly, but
Yeah.
that's what we're getting.
I think everybody, all the active traders are kind of waiting for the market to, turn on, right? Turn up the dial a little bit, just give a little more activity, um, more rotations, and waiting that out is getting old because September is usually the time of year where we go from summer trading to a little bit more active trading in the fall, and that just hasn't happened yet. So the difficult thing, and I've even struggled with this, on stream, is not being too active, right?
Hmm.
You can overtrade when it's slow. You can second guess your original trades. Kind of can not force you, but you can get tricked into doing things that you wouldn't otherwise do.
Yeah, we try and make something happen, don't we? I think that's some
Yeah,
people's problem
yeah,
is, and I'm also guilty of this. When we get this market that just goes up, we look for every reason that correction could be the turning point or whatever. And the reality is since April, it's every correction move has just been some sort of trap to go higher. It's just fueled that infinite bid. So, but
right.
like everything, it has to turn eventually. So, I don't know. We'll
It's like
see.
you don't. It's almost like you don't want to be the perma bull, right? And get caught offside when the sell does happen, right? And you also don't want to miss the sell. You don't want to be blind to real selling versus just another dip that's going to get bought.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Um, and that's the balance that you deal with, day to day from an intraday standpoint is not taking some of these sells too seriously and keeping in mind that higher time frame trend is still up, right?
Yeah.
Um, you know, sellers have all but rotated this thing down a couple, literally 200 points, and that's that's just that's really not much in the grand scheme of things. And so you don't want to over index on taking that information in and go, oh, the sell is here, we're going to go down and we're going to sell this thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I, I've probably done a really bad job being positioned in this April run up, truthfully.
Yeah,
Like I was super bearish prior to the rundown, caught practically none of it, and then just maintained my we should range for a little bit bias, deviation, pulled back in, then ran higher, then kind of just accepted, okay, maybe some correction to like 50% of the drop, got bearish again. I just got bearish along the way up, like at key points. And it kept
yeah,
me a little bit bored. And then I took, you know, good losses at key levels for me. But then actually should have just been smarter to, you know, flip bullish when I started buying stocks at these lows because it was a good
yeah,
area to buy long term
yeah,
for me at least. And actually my investing portfolio has outperformed my trading stuff 10 to 1, not even, probably more, because all these stocks have rallied 2x off the lows.
Man, that's a
So
slap in the face, isn't it?
yeah, it is, to be honest. But you know, I'm not like super salty about it. I've just been bored a lot of the time. And then that's the really hard thing. It's like right now, like you said, I don't want to be the guy that flips bullish at the highs. And then I'm like, well, that was dumb. Just like I didn't want to be the guy that flip bullish at the lows, and then it was also dumb. You know, I'm kind of stuck in this trap. So I'm just waiting for the market to show its hand. And to be
Yeah,
honest, I really don't care what happens to it. I will trade it one way or the other.
right.
At the moment, I do have this infinite bullish bias, but the moment we start to turn, I'll lose that, because that was my biggest mistake in not getting bullish at the lows when we started to turn.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get bitten twice. So
As
yeah,
George Bush says, you can fool me once, shame on me.
yeah,
But if you fool me twice, shame. If you
other way
fool me
around.
once, you can't fool me again.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know.
yeah. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But he had a super famous incident where he tried to repeat that phrase until he muffed it. It was hilarious.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not American, so I don't consume too much content from our presidents. So
Well, you should, because it's hilarious.
I'm gonna go off and I'm gonna watch it later. Leo, we have an important question in the chat.
Oh,
Maybe you can answer this. Will the arena challenge tomorrow start at 9:30 Eastern or tonight at the Globex Open? What
it will
what
start at the RTH Open.
oh, you
So
couldn't even say 9:30 Eastern. You literally can't say it, can you?
it will start at 8:30 Central.
There you go. Yeah. Which is 9:30 Eastern, Phoenix. Yes, the answer is yes.
It is. It
So
is
what
that
what
time.
what is the arena challenge? Tell me.
The Arena Challenge is a four-way battle between me, Nick, XY, and Stowe. And we're going to be on stream all day. We do get a lunch break, but we'll be on in the morning. We'll be on in the afternoon. You can trade 5 micros and you can trade ES and NQ.
So you can
The
trade five
starting
micros across both, or you
right,
can
right.
on
You can.
each.
You can.
Okay, so you can trade total of a mini across two of them, basically.
Yeah, you could trade 10 micros. That would be like a full size position, 10 in NQ, 10 in ES, and you have a $5,000 starting balance, and it's a 1 day event. The cool thing about this one is not only the structure is built in such a way that it can't really be gamed, right? But also the top 20 do get paid, right? So the top, first place is $1,000, and then it goes down from there. So like even, if you place in the top 20, you're still going to get, $100 or something like that. So
Yeah.
it's kind of cool. It's not all of the prize money is at the top of at the total top of the totem pole. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so it's basically free money if you want to get involved and you're worth your salt.
It is free money.
Well, it's a massive shame I'm traveling tomorrow. Otherwise, I would be involved. And honestly, the thousand bucks, I might even miss my flight for it. Might even rebook.
You should. You should stay in New York, trade in your hotel room just for the bragging rights, and then fly back to London on Friday.
Timbuktu. Yeah. No, I'm not going to do that. I've got important things to do. I'm going I'm going to an event on Friday, and then I'm going to another event, a prop event on Saturday. So yeah, any UK folks, there is a prop firm trading event going on Saturday in London. Be
What's it
there or be
called?
square. The Prop Trading Expo. I think I might have butchered that, but I think that's what it is. Um, yeah, you can find it
Is
there.
that
It's
is
pretty
that the
easy.
first one of its kind, or is this like an ongoing annual thing?
I don't know, to be honest. I think they had like a broker event. The company that run it, they used to do like broker events. Um, and they were relatively successful to my knowledge. And then this is the first prop one they're doing. So yeah, and I got invited down to do a speech. sit on stage with Riz and talk trading to new
Oh,
traders,
you're like a
etc. So
guest speaker.
yeah, I'm a big shot around here. Come on.
So you're a big dog.
I mean, look, it's I don't want to say that, but yeah, pretty much
I don't want to say it, but I'm kind of a big deal.
kind of a big deal. Yeah, I don't know how big the event is. I just said I would go down because it's 40 minutes from my house. We already have another event, so yeah, it was just kind of convenient. But uh, if you couldn't tell, that was sarcasm, guys. I don't actually feel that way. But
I
yeah,
don't
it
think
would
it
be
was
good.
sarcasm.
It was sarcasm. Don't start that. Don't start that. Don't start that.
Nick said people know him.
People know him. People know Nick. To be honest, I think who do you think's going to win tomorrow? If you can't pick yourself, pick someone else out of you four.
Uh, um, Here's the tricky thing. Look at the calendar. What's coming up? What's on Friday?
On Friday, I would have to check. Let me have a look. Uh, Today we have no news. That's interesting. Tomorrow we have GDP numbers and unemployment claims at 8:30. So that's pre-market. So you're good there. And then on Friday we have the consumer sentiment at 10 a.m.
That's Stowe's favorite number. But
Yeah,
it's
that
all we
is.
also have PCE on Friday.
Do we?
We do.
We do, but that's at 8:30 again, right? Oh yeah, so that's sorry.
But
That
so
is
I guess what I'm saying
gonna
is
hold it
like
up.
we have a two-way tape. We have a big event Friday, big economic number Friday. Not a lot of information coming out tomorrow. I'm kind of worried that the market conditions tomorrow are going to be kind of like what they are to like what I would expect them to be today, which is very slow. And so I wouldn't give,
Are
I
you making
think,
excuses for yourself already?
no, 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 no.
It feels that way, to be honest.
I'm not making excuses. I'm trying to, you know, what horse is the best out there? And I'm trying to think.
Yeah, come on, gun to your head. Who you picking? If it can't be yourself, someone, you know, after you. You're going to upset two of your friends either way. Just pick which ones are going to
No,
take you
they
better.
won't care. They won't care.
Yeah, I agree.
I
So,
think I would go. I think I would go Nick.
oh, geez. Nick is a sly one, right? He can catch that bottom sometimes or the top.
He is he's a dark horse.
Yeah.
We have 8 Fed speakers tomorrow. Oh,
Yeah,
that's so great. Thank you, Tracy. You just made me look forward to tomorrow even more.
yeah, the money line on Nick went up then because no one really picked Nick other than Jim. Jim was kind of betting on Nick from the outside, and then a lot of people have switched to Nick since Jim kind of went sided with him. I think it could go any direction. XY has been on an absolute heater
He
recently.
has. Yep.
Yeah, he has. Stowe just has this ability to stay in a grindy market forever. So if we do get a grindy market,
If
he'll
it
get in, out, in, out, in, out.
if it grinds to the upside, he's the winner.
Yeah,
Guaranteed.
agreed. Yeah, because he
If
can
it
buy the
grinds
high
to
and
the
sell it higher.
downside, he will have a hard time. Um that's the any slow market that's going up, he's going to do well.
Yeah,
Like he
agreed.
just loves that Globex slow, the market barely does anything but like goes up.
Yeah,
I
he'll
can't
buy
stand it.
he'll buy five, sell four, buy five more, sell five, buy five more.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can just do that. Um, I can't do that. I envy him for that. And then you you can just buy like a bottom tick low sometimes and a bottom tick high when so high. So if we do get an expansive move, could be juicy. And then Nick is just a dark horse, and suddenly he doesn't say anything, and then he just boom, I bought the low. I sold
Yeah.
the high, and I've
Hmm.
rode the entire move. So it really depends what the market gives us on the day to who I think can win. Because it could go one way or the other. Just depends what the market gives.
Yeah.
I'll be keeping track though on my flight. I'm not gonna sleep. I'm gonna stay awake the entire flight.
Is that a strategy to avoid
No, not really. Because by
the
the time I
time
land,
difference?
well, I leave here at like 8 a.m. So that's like midday, and then I land at like 9 p.m. So if I sleep on the plane, I won't sleep when I get home. So yeah.
Mm,
So what did happen during London today? Let's have a look. Let's zoom in. It just
not
went straight
much.
up.
Yeah. I mean, they bought it right at 2 a.m., 2 a.m. Central. Um, because 3 a.m. doesn't exist. New York time.
Hmm.
They bought it, and now we're just consolidating in like a flag.
See, I kind of like this setup, right? I know you can only see some of my screen, so let me zoom out a bit. Um, we started the week here, deviated above that prior week high,
Yep.
closed below it yesterday,
Hmm.
accumulated here, spiked back up into this area, rounding off. If New York pops here, I could see it pop, sell down, and target these Monday lows. That to me is probably the obvious play I want, but that just screams bearish, and this could just rip and rip and rip and take the high.
Yeah.
But it does look very clean for like a weekly Monday, open up Tuesday, Wednesday, and now Thursday, Friday. Maybe some Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, some like down move, maybe like, and then finishing the weekly candle, maybe a bearish weekly candle. That would be nice. We haven't had one of them for like a month.
We did dip below the week open just for a little bit
That's
yesterday. But
yeah,
you know, the anchored VWAP and the weekly VWAP are
they're
lined
all great.
up right at
Obviously, I know that because I'm a VWAP expert. But
yes.
for the people, tell them.
It's at 9/11 basically.
Yeah,
And
which is
that's
basically
where
the high.
the
Yeah,
overnight high was. So that's information that, I'll use for context because we had, that distribution at 25,000. We were unable to go any higher. We had a bit of a liquidation, and then we rallied back to, the mid, the VWAPs, et cetera, and, failed there. So looking for lower based on that, context is not the worst plan in the world.
yeah,
I'm just always scared of not scared, but the bid's always out there, as they say.
yeah. I mean, the thing is, if we move out of this area now at the open to the downside, there's a lot of volume up here. Well, I guess like relative lot of volume, but most of the volume for the day is up here. So we move away from it. It could be pretty juicy of a day.
Yeah, this is
Oh wow.
yesterday's profile. Large, the largest volume area for yesterday at 950. Then we, liquidated.
Yeah.
That was a really interesting, um,
It's a P
setup.
shape or what?
Well, it was B shaped that turned into that got liquidated. So typically, like a B shaped profile, if it stopped here, right? If we were opening, you know, at 970s today, this would be indicative of all this action being, passive buyers, right? Just kind of sitting on the bid and building this volume here would be pretty bullish, right? But sellers were able to break um, that volume and punch it lower.
Hmm.
So there's another trick in the hat for sellers in the short term, I'll say.
So with my simple brain on, if we leave those buyers and then come back to them,
Yes.
they're gonna have a lot of pain, aren't they?
Yes, they will, if you buy into that idea that there's trapped buyers up there, they would become sellers for break even in theory.
Yeah. Or if we just go lower, then they're in a lot of pain, and then they just become the real
More
liquidation.
more fuel for downside,
Mm.
right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we've got 5 minutes. Let's show the chat some love. Chat, how are we? Let's hit
Oh, double
let's hit that
distribution yesterday? Yeah, I agree.
let's hit that like button.
Let's hit the like button. I'm actually going to hit the like button too. Do you know Jim doesn't even hit the like button for our streams?
Is that true?
Yeah,
Jim, is that true?
he's probably not even
Defend
here.
defend yourself. Yeah, that's the whole point. I'm asking him. He better be. London open time is 3 a.m. Did I see the chart fanatics video with Fabio? Yeah, that guy's a really, really good trader. I'm not doing your dirty work. Jim, we're a
See?
team.
Do
Jim,
you
we
see?
are a team.
Do you
We
see
are a
this?
team, Jim. Jim, we're a team. This is outrageous. I want to speak to HR. Shab.
He showed. Oh, so what happened is he got caught. He showed us his YouTube stream, like he pulled his internet, like his browser onto the share, and somebody pointed out that he hadn't hit the like button. No like button was touched.
Thing is, if it wasn't a requirement to talk in chat to be subscribed, I would guess that he wouldn't have been subscribed either.
He's probably not even subscribed.
Crazy. Kane, are you going to make it to the Line Trader if I meet up? Yes, sir. I'll be there Friday. Kane, please
Please
tell
tell
Leo about
Leo.
Fabio. I was trying to convince the other OFL dudes to do a collab and they never heard of him. Thought I was full of it. I mean, I don't know Fabio too well. From the people that I know that know Fabio, they only speak highly of him. But again, I trade very differently to Leo and Fabio. So I don't know what the stuff he does or doesn't speak about and whether it carries any validity. However, I do know that he makes a bunch of money. And that's realistically, I think, what a lot of people do care about.
How does he trade? Somebody said he trades
He
with
trades
order
order
flow.
flow. Yeah, he
Yeah,
does. Yeah.
yeah.
They're making their own order flow chart, called Deep Charts or something. Again,
Like their own platform.
yeah, like their own version of Trader, NinjaTrader, Sierra Chart,
Yeah.
Quantile, whatever, you know.
Mhm.
So yeah, but his video is good, and I mean, he traded. Actually, what I think is good, and actually, it's quite nice. They did a video of him just live trading the way he trades, and he talks through the way he trades live. You know,
Mhm.
he got some liquidation event and was like, "This is an indication of buyers. This is where I would buy market trades," and he just actively traded it. Yeah, look, those trading championships are kind of whatever, you know. In truth, like let's just be honest. If I started the I don't know the Robbins Cup in January, I would have won that by now because my January was just so good. And sometimes you can have such a heater for a short period of time that you don't touch the market because everyone else is gonna get chopped up. I don't know. I don't
What's
subscribe to
the
that.
account balance that you start with on that?
I think you can trade anything. It's up to you. It's just minimum 5K. It's just a percentage
But
gain.
it's
So
all
you start
percent. It's all based on percentage.
exactly. So and the reality is growing a 5K account to 50K is easier than growing a 50K account to 500K because you are a human being and naturally psychology kicks in at some point.
Hmm.
Do I subscribe to auction market theory? Yeah, I think you have to because I think that's the whole premise of a free market, but that's just my opinion. What's your view on that, Leo?
I mean, yeah, I would be not the trader I am without auction market theory.
Yeah.
I mean, the market operates between buyers and sellers.
Yeah. Crazy. Now you mention it, it's kind of I mean, I don't actually believe it. No, can't be the
No,
case.
no.
No, no.
It's just some random algorithm that runs the market up and down.
Yeah, I have to turn it on every day. If I don't turn it on, the market does nothing.
Please turn it on today, Kane. Please.
No. We haven't got enough
Please.
likes. Sorry.
Everyone's begging.
We haven't
Chat.
got enough likes.
Let's get the likes up.
That's actually why I'm here in New York. Someone turned it off by
Jim.
mistake.
Jim, give us a like.
If Jim likes, I'll turn it on.
Come on, Jim.
I guess the question is if presenting the market data as order flow gives edge.
Presenting the market data as order flow gives edge.
I think the answer to that question is that isn't what gives you edge, because the data isn't the edge. Like, the data of the market isn't the edge. It's what you do with the data.
Yes. Kane has a heart of gold.
I don't, honestly.
That's actually true. So he is 100% right when he says that.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
There are algorithms that market makers have. They are coded to balance price. I think the reality is there are algorithms that market makers use, but they're not necessarily to balance price. They're to balance their own position.
Yeah.
And also, not to get too complicated with it, but a lot of hedge funds aren't trading price, they're trading risk. And risk is, for them, is different. They can be trading lots of different things, right? It's looking very silly, actually. I didn't trade anything this morning, brother. I woke up at like 8 a.m. No, like 7 a.m. New York time. So yeah. No, I'm not doing Bitcoin. We get the same question at the same time every day. I don't want to look at Bitcoin when the futures market is open. It's a valuable waste of my time. Sorry, it's a waste of my valuable time.
I definitely have a bit of a chart lag here. I'm gonna make a couple adjustments if we want to flip to Kane's monitor for a minute. I'm just gonna reduce the
Leo, Trader Nautilus'
number of days here.
OFL hat came today. He's gonna wear it tomorrow.
Oh, sick.
How about gold? We can look at gold.
I'm glad I made it to you.
Jeez, they're selling this. Gold right now, after this push, I mean, I wouldn't want to touch this. It's just so bullish. Like, yeah, it'd be silly not to be bullish on gold, wouldn't you? That 3K break, that break and retest on 3K was kind of disgusting.
All right, I think I'm good now. I just had to reduce the number of days that were loaded on this chart. It was like a few seconds behind live price.
Oh, I could have told you. We could have made some money. Could have told you what's going on in the market. We could have bought it.
There you go.
Okay, so they rejected 900 pretty much to the tick. 3 ticks off. And they ran it 50 points lower.
I'm testing the week open right now.
Well, the algorithm's working. Jim must have liked it.
Yeah. We're
Jim
definitely
must have
getting prices moving today. So that's good.
maybe a bit too much. If they could just I might have to just turn it off quickly.
Slow it down, chat. Slow it down.
Slow it down. Could the sellers please hold up? We need to get some sells in.
Kane messaged me this morning. Are you ready to sell this market today?
I did. That's the worst part.
And then I said, is it going down?
to which I said, I don't fucking know. Probably not. Did I take 6 a.m. reversal? Doug, I was asleep at 6 a.m. Sorry, brother. Not today. However, it was nice, wasn't it? 6 spiked the high. You probably felt some pressure at 7, but okay.
Nautilus, the hat is does definitely give you better P&L. So you should win tomorrow.
So 9 took out 8 high and then just sold. Okay, so for me, I would say that my eyes are on either Asia low or this. Trade from London. This is London low. We take this out, start to reclaim. I
There we
could.
go.
If not, go back to Asia.
All right,
And then we have Friday low.
we get our 5-minute OR print here.
Yeah, we did.
But there's no real setup for the mid, which is this green line. The setup requires us to actually break away from the 5-minute range first.
Is it also the
before
point of
retest.
control?
It is.
Whoa.
Yeah, you actually your order flow curiousness is actually becoming. Are you order flow expert now?
I'm releasing a course on Friday. It's free to everyone that subscribes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Free course.
Free order flow course. It's all about the VWAPs and WAPs.
Is it paintingthetape.com?
It is coming out on painting the tape. Painting the tape. Painting the tape.com.
He bought the .com I refused to buy.
No, I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it yet. I will buy it though, and I will give it to you. But you just
No. You can't. I don't allow it. I actually just want it on the .net just to spite people that don't like it .net.
Leo's chart is not time frame based, it's volume based.
That's right.
What have you got it on? 700, 1000, 300? What have you got it on?
Well, this is MNQ and I'm on 750 volume.
There you go. We also started calling ICTs. Look at the rejection from the point of control. It's kind of crazy. It was actually they redeveloped the point of control.
It moved. Yeah, it moved lower. It's this low volume area. I would have liked to have gotten it up higher.
Yeah, you would have loved that. If that low volume node was overlapping with the mid, which at the time is impossible because it was also point of control, but it would have been nice.
I mean, we do have a bit of a open drive. So for me, that's gonna keep me a little on the bearish take.
Yeah, same to be honest. Couldn't reclaim those London lows, those 3 a.m. lows, those 850 levels. Just kind of rejected straight out of it. Do we have different volume parameters for different sessions, Asia, London, etc.? Neo, he doesn't actually trade anything other than RTH, so
that's true.
The answer is yes, he would, but he doesn't do it. Yeah, I'm gonna just deep fake myself into Stowe's course and just sell that. That is exactly what I'm gonna do. Apart from we're gonna inverse the chart and Stowe's gonna release the bullish version, I'm gonna release the bearish version.
That's so good.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
Paulo, thank you. That's awesome. Yeah, I also did not love trying to overthink the footprint. And so reducing a lot of what the order flow labs tools are reducing the overabundance of information from footprint and from other order flow information to simplify, what's happening. That's it. So you'll never see me stare at a footprint chart for that reason. Have you seen the proper footprint chart, Kane?
Yeah, I think it's
You know.
ugly.
Okay.
It looks too horrible. This is like the one where you have like
It's ugly.
it's just numbers, right?
It doesn't look nice.
Yeah, but also like I don't want to. I think that you can ruin a good thing sometimes by having too much. And obviously, there are people out there that like, mechanics want to know exactly how their car was built. I don't really care as long as it has four wheels and when I press gas, it goes. It's kind of irrelevant. And I think that the TPO stuff is just too much for me. I don't like it.
Mm.
Where's the vape at? It's right here. I left it in an Uber yesterday. Oh my gosh, I almost had a meltdown. True
What's
story as
funny
well.
is I was talking to Kane and he was like, "Yeah, I'm waiting for my Uber to deliver my vape." And I was like, "Wow, that's bougie. He can't even be bothered to bring his vape with him when he flies. He's just like, order me a vape, you know, somebody bring me a vape."
Look, I need
And,
my nicotine. All right.
and then he was like, "No, I left it in the Uber." And I was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense."
Don't vape, kids. It's bad for you. Where would you recommend to learn order flow trading? Paintingthetape.net. There you go.
Until you put up your order flow course on paintingthetape.com,
No, but I'm just
just to
gonna.
confuse the folks.
Yeah, I'm gonna. The thing is I have access to the. I can actually like one-to-one clone the website.
You actually can.
Yeah, I can. I actually can.
Yeah. Because of Juno.
Yeah. Juno, let's run that. Paintingthetape.com. We're gonna have everything on there look identical. And I'm gonna create our own order flow stuff. Is paintingthetape.net free? It is. It's free.
Yeah, it's free.
It's Leo Stowe, XY, and Nick's passion project of sharing an abundance of information with the folks at home. Okay, so look at this, right? Um, I'm actually just pointing this out, right? We have this fair value gap that a lot of people will call it. And we also have the OR mid overlapping
And the low volume node.
and the low volume node. Who would have guessed that those three things are overlapping all at the same time?
Pretty crazy. Not everything is new under the sun, including the opening range, the fair value gaps, et cetera. Low volume nodes. They're just representations
Of the same thing. Yeah,
of the same information.
I agree.
You still have to interpret that and execute. Every one of these little pops is just not coming up far enough for me to sell it.
Yeah. Is there such thing as an unfair value gap? Yeah, there is. We're gonna make it
It's
right
called the
now.
point of control. It's unfair. It's actually the most fair price, but it's unfair because we get stuck there and do nothing. Let's see. I can't remember. I started in 2015, so 10 years. Don't destroy my indoctrinated belief.
Yeah, sorry. Everything you were told is a lie. Everything. I honestly would like actually to short out of this unfair value gap and the OR mid into the previous day low at this point, to be honest.
Yeah.
That would be probably the nicest trade we've been presented in a minute.
Yeah. New home sales in 15 minutes.
Oh, great. So it's going to happen with that. Even better.
Even better.
Even better. Let me just pop down to the NASDAQ building and have some words. There's a Gen Z FEG. Every gap gets a trophy.
That is rich.
Nick is long in gold.
Oh,
Nick
whoa.
who? Nick who? What, Nick? Our Nick. He trades gold?
Does Nick trade gold?
Or are we talking about Traderify, Nick? Oh, you are. You already covered. Okay. Wow, thanks for the signal. Appreciate you, bro.
Can you say Tuesday, isn't it, mate?
Tuesday, NMA. There you go. By the way, I don't actually ever speak like that. I don't say the word in it or mate, really. The best one would be Tuesday, in it, bruv. But I don't that's getting clipped. But I would never say in it or bruv.
But you just did.
Yeah, but I did it for the
You did it for the people.
people, yeah. And if we clip that, I'll never come back. That'll be it. I'll be out.
Hmm.
Hmm. Kane's a Java. You sure about that? That one's funny.
You
That is
sure
a great.
about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
Kane, what's your favorite American phrase? Uh, no, I don't know. I don't know. There's so many. ES had some weird every 2 tick bid stacking from 15 to 10. Someone trying to walk it down.
Oh, that is actually interesting.
Why?
The risk. So the rest of the order book is basically like, 50, 40, 60, etc.
Hmm.
And it looks like there's 100 lot every 2 ticks, all the way down to 10. Just sitting on the bed.
Someone's just trying to buy it.
Could be.
Do I have a favorite NFL team? I'm gonna say something really controversial here.
Don't.
I basically don't watch sports other than
How
like
dare you?
big events. Like this week, I'll watch the Ryder Cup because it's the Ryder Cup and it's one of the best golf events ever. If the World Cup's on, I'll watch the World Cup. If the Six Nations is on, I'll watch the rugby. If I guess the only thing I won't ever watch is like the cricket. Who wants to watch the fucking cricket?
The fuck is the cricket?
Yeah, cricket's like a English, like a I don't know. I don't even know why we fucking have it, to be honest. That is the only sport I watch religiously, the Formula One. When the Formula One is on, I will always watch it every Sunday.
The fuck? Like, what the fuck is cricket though?
Cricket is like baseball, but not baseball, and um, you run it up and down instead of around a square. And
What?
yeah, and like it's a full 360 instead of like what is it, 180? I don't know what it is.
And
It's a
people
strange
play
sport.
this?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, bro. It's actually really big, especially in like Asia, like India, like Pakistan, bro. It's like their national sport. But England versus what's the Ashes? England versus Pakistan. Like it's like it's crazy. That is the Ashes Australia. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, versus Australia. Um, that's like the thing. Every couple of years, I think 2, 3 years, 4 years, maybe they do the
it can take
Ashes.
days to play.
No, it doesn't. No, it's not like it can take days. It's like a week-long thing, bro. It's not, it can, it does. It consistently takes 5 days. Like a test match it's basically one team just bats the entire day. And it could go on, they can bat for like 3 days. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about it, and I don't wanna like pretend I do. But it genuinely is it's huge. Like someone said, 1 billion people watched Pakistan versus India.
Wow, 1 billion.
Yeah. It's, it's quite a lot, right?
1 billion is a lot of people, I think.
I'd rather watch the WNBA than watch cricket. Yeah, fair. I heard that sport's really good.
Um, hmm.
I can't get into baseball personally.
I can't. I played so much baseball. Like I played from kindergarten all the way through high school, and I was a I'm not gonna like all-star pitcher. Um, like just my dad was my coach. My brother played. We lived on the baseball fields in the summer. Like that was life, growing up. And then I stopped playing and played football.
Mm.
Played football all the way through high school, and I just never cared for baseball again.
You should have been like, the typical like football thing here is that, yeah, I could have gone pro, but I hurt my knee. So yeah, I could have gone pro in baseball, but I hurt my shoulder. You should have just
Damn,
said
could have
that.
been in MLB now instead of here. I actually, I'm actually happy that I didn't do that.
Yeah.
Can you believe that?
I can actually, to be honest.
My cousin's married to a professional baseball player.
Do they get paid a bunch, or is it like one of the
A
lower
lot.
paid spots? Oh,
No,
they do? They
it's a
do.
lot. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because like NFL players get paid the most, right? And then like the average, we're just talking average, not like the upper echelon of people getting paid like 300 million a year. Um, NFL, then it would be basketball, then baseball, maybe. I don't know. What's the what's it do?
NFL, and then basketball, and then baseball, I think. But I
Nick's
could be
saying
wrong.
Nick's saying NBA is probably the most.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you think the NBA is bigger than football?
Yeah, less guys per team. Yeah, that makes so much sense. On NFL teams like 50 people deep.
Oh, right. Yeah.
What about
Makes
boxing? Yeah,
sense.
but single person sports, it doesn't even come close to golf. I don't think there's anything that comes close to that.
Yeah, my charts are off again. The
Really?
prices at trade 94 and my chart's at 89. That's crazy.
89.
It's like
Oh yeah.
you try to refresh this.
Well, it's at 89 now. Boxing isn't salaried either. Yeah, okay, but like most like non top 50 golfers isn't normally salaried either. A lot of it's sponsorship and tournament winnings, unless you're signed to live. But like even then, the lower guys in live is not that much. Tennis is harder than golf. Yeah, tell that to Tiger Woods, brother. Honestly, golf is probably one of those just sports that's insane. It's insanely hard to do. And I'm sure tennis is as well. But I can play tennis a lot easier than I can play golf at a normal level, you know? I'm only good at what? Golf or tennis? Not really. Not neither actually. Don't know why I asked. Cristiano Ronaldo leads by a mile in salary. I don't know how true that is though. What's his salary? Yeah, Cristiano Ronaldo this year his salary is $225 million, 300
S-
million euros.
So are we saying soccer is more?
Yeah, but he's just an anomaly. Him and Benzema and Messi are the anomalies of football.
So is
But
it
like,
soccer is like very heavy on the all stars and everyone else just kind of doesn't make much?
I mean, that's not true, bro. Like, I would say
No,
most
I'm
Premier.
asking. I wasn't making a statement.
No, yeah, no. I would say, like, look, like most Premier League footballers, they're earning like 300K a week on average. But you've got Ronaldo that's making 300 million a year. You know, but he's playing in Saudi. But like to put it into context, right? Cristiano Ronaldo is by far okay. You can argue between him and Messi, whatever, right? But he's one of the most paid sports person of ever, and he's such a legend. And he's up there as, you know, one of the best of all time. John Rahm got paid what, $40 million less than him last year, and he's a golfer. And I would argue that John Rahm this year isn't even in the top 5 of golfers. You know,
Do you watch a lot of golf or just the big events?
just the big events. Yeah,
Okay.
I can't. You can't. You want to watch golf all day, every day. You'd be there all day, every day. But
I would just
yeah,
fall asleep on the couch, honestly. Like if I want to fall asleep on a Sunday, I'll just turn on golf.
wow, they really are just walking this down. Like it's not doing anything.
Without us.
Yeah, without us, which is annoying because, well, the 5 minute mid trade is definitely in play now.
Yes.
Yeah. Um,
What are you looking at?
Not much here. I mean, realistically, what I would really love is the obvious at this point, but it would be a really risky trade for me is previous day low at 10 and trade off of that. Back up into like probably the mid. But that's just I'm like really catching a knife there. And actually, I would purely be playing it as some sort of bounce trade. Like I'm not
Hangover.
expecting, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not expecting this to just go up. I would probably just play it back to midnight just to get a slice of it. I don't know. Right now, it's not looking too hot for me though. I'm gonna be honest. But that's the market for like the last 3 weeks. Leo, can you see absorption and exhaustion just by looking at candles?
Is that a trick question? Or are you trying to bait me?
No, there's someone asked that question. I'm just repeating it from
Oh,
the chat.
oh, all right.
I know the answer. I'm asking you to answer it.
One might argue that absorption could be observed by looking for specific candle patterns. Um, an example of that. Let's see if I can find like if we pulled up the delta profile from this time frame here at 25,000, we would have seen a lot of buy delta up here at the top of this range. And that's like a very long time frame of absorption, right? But what I'm saying is if you have price at a after an expansion type move go sideways, that would be indicative of absorption, but not always absorption. You would have to, if you really wanted to look at the underline, you would want to look at what happened at the order flow there. So I guess what I'm saying is like sometimes after an expansion type move, if you get consolidation that goes like legit just sideways, that could be absorption, but you wouldn't really know it unless you were looking at the deltas. Because sometimes, price just goes sideways and it's just two-way, right? It's a two-way. When we say two-way tape, it's, buyers and sellers are just interacting, equally, right? So you could make the argument that you can see absorption if you just looked at candles, but I wouldn't call it a reliable approach. Not for me. And exhaustion, I think, is very distinctly that would be really hard to catch just looking at candles.
Oh,
To be
impossible
honest.
actually. I think
Yeah.
it's just luck at that point. You're just
Yeah.
trying luck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that from someone that has been order flow curious for a minute and been looking at this stuff more and more, I would say that you are able to understand something is absorption after the fact by looking at the candles, but in the
Yes.
moment, it's near on impossible to know
Yeah.
that it's absorption.
Right.
After hindsight, you're like, this is very clearly absorption because it happened. But in
Yes.
the moment, it's impossible.
Right.
It cracks me out when you say order flow curious. Yeah, Leo kind of coined that term for me one day, and we kind of ran with it since.
Order flow curious Kane.
Yeah.
Speaking of exhaustion,
Yeah, this move looks very
we may be missing some right now.
well. I need that previous day low now. At this point, I wouldn't touch it without it. Which would be nice actually, because if we look at it, the daily chart, whoa, let's zoom in a little bit. We haven't had a daily low for a minute, other than last Wednesday. And then it took out the Monday, Tuesday low, the gap up low, and then ever since it's been kind of whatever, you know. So maybe this is the start of some sort of downtrend. But Kane, you want to start to integrate order flow into your model? Well, I would start there, you would presume, right? I'm not going to go and trade a different model because, yeah. Kane, do you sleep on New York hours? What do you mean? I'm here. This is not a robot. I'm not AI.
He's actually in New York.
I am. Do I have a top step code? No, no one has a top step code. They don't do codes.
Speaking of absorption and exhaustion, we're seeing a little bit, some signs of that. This is MNQ, so the order flow is different, but
Is that a long signal from you?
Here, no.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that means you should buy it though.
Yeah. That's been a pretty good indication recently, actually. Leo, you think we go short? Nah, and then it dies. Yeah. Nice. Can you pull the delta profile on NQ while short on MNQ?
Yeah, you can. I just didn't want to I just flipped to MNQ today just to reduce my risk a little bit. But you can chart NQ and trade MNQ by so what you would do is you would have MNQ be your primary data series, and then you would add a secondary data series, MNQ, and then that would be in the second region that you would make you would turn it into region one, and then you just make the candles transparent basically. And then in your trade chart trader menu, you then would select the instrument MNQ. So you'd be charting and getting the order flow from NQ, but you would be trading MNQ. Yes, I can trade micros whenever I want, and I will. Surely not. A lot of people on stream have been trading micros. Actually, saw Merit trading micros a couple of weeks ago. There's nothing wrong with sizing down and being responsible.
Also, we spoke at length today about the market's in a really weird spot for a lot of us.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's really clean for someone out there. I get that.
Right.
There's always someone crushing it, and I hope they forever do crush it. But
right.
I'm responsible enough to know that I'm not killing the market right now. I have these peaks where the market just does what I want it to do. But right now it's not, and that's okay. So yeah, I think Leo did take offense to it, Loon, but I don't think you meant it that way.
No, I didn't take offense to it.
I know you didn't.
I'm actually famous on Reddit. So
I saw that. I
yeah,
saw that.
I got a lot of love on Reddit.
Yeah. Some people have taken a real liking to you on Reddit.
Yeah, they posted of me losing 3 trades in a row on Friday on stream, and you know, traders don't lose money, so that was a bad thing.
Wait, so you don't have 100% win rate?
I hate to break it to you, but no, I don't.
I'm gonna need to speak to HR. I was brought here on the condition that we all had 100% win rate.
Call them.
I'm
Call
gonna have
HR.
to. Which Reddit channel? Futures trading on Reddit.
It's the worst.
It's absolute plague, by the way.
I remember when we started the podcast, Painting the Tape, like 2 years ago. We were just trying to get like people, it's a trading focused podcast. Like, we go deep into the weeds on some things, right? It's not fluff. And it was me and AJ and Stowe, and we were like, hey, we're just gonna, talk. We're gonna talk about trading. And so like I somehow, one way or another, I think what happened is somebody copied a post that I made and posted it on Reddit as themselves. And it was legit my post word for word. They just copied that post. And for that reason, like I had to talk to their moderators because I was like, hey, this is, it's like mine. Would you mind taking it down? And like, I'll be happy to repost, the original, thread that I had posted on Twitter. So for that reason, like I had been in touch with the moderators of that Reddit subreddit. And then later when we started that podcast, I contacted them and I was like, hey, we're doing this podcast. It's, free. Like there's nothing, whatever. And, can I post about it in the subreddit futures trading? And you wouldn't believe the amount of hate that we got for just being like, hey, we're just going to get on and talk about trading on a podcast. And yeah, it was wild.
I mean, I'm sure they're all very happy with their lives and they're all making a bunch of money and they're just doing it for some shits and gigs, right? AKA none of them are actually happy.
Yeah. Losing 3 times in a row is my entry model. I feel that. Some days you just, you're wrong. Like your trades, you get stopped out the wrong place. You decide to stop trading. Actually, Friday, I told, XY when we were on, I was like, there's this, the low of the day right there. And I didn't take the trade because I was, I had committed to being done for the day because I took 3 stop outs after we, had a nice XYZ, and I think we're in the same trade that did make money, like that did, obviously work. But then I took 3 stop outs right after that. And I was like, hey, there's the low. Somebody might want to buy that. I didn't take it because I committed to, that 3 strike rule. But whatever. This price isn't giving me anything.
No, neither. I low-key want to sell it here after this little pullback. This
I
feels like
do.
a little re-offer into
Yeah.
lower, but it's not really my model, so I'm not gonna take it. I got flamed on day trading. I mean, look, there's not I don't know. Reddit's that place where I go when I want to laugh at something, I go and look at like a story about something or a review. I'm not ever going on there like, hey, can I get some advice on this? Never check out your city subreddit.
Your city subreddit?
Didn't even know that was a thing.
Oh, now I have to do it. What are you finding there?
And what about the M1? Yeah, but it's too low for me. Oh,
What
actually,
is M1? 1 minute?
1 minute, yeah. You could take it here. I don't know. Feels a bit risky. It's also a pretty, I mean, it's 30 points. You could just sell one here off the 15-minute high into this, risking 500. Ah, yeah, don't really like it. We'll sell it though. We'll do something. We'll do something here.
You're
Whatever
going to
Kane
short
we
this
know.
looking for prior day low?
Yeah, I'm selling it. I'm selling the low, looking for lower. Kane, what we do know is you love lawn care. Can I let everyone in a little secret? I don't even look after my own lawn. My dad does it. He loves it and he loves doing it. So he does it. Shout out Pops.
Yeah, I trade price action and it's just what I know, but I'm toying around with the idea of trying to follow order flow just to see where exhaustion or further momentum is coming in. What are your thoughts? I think you should look at it. Try to don't, obviously follow your same price action strategies and then learn what's happening under the hood, so to speak, and see if you can't incorporate order flow analysis into your existing strategy. That's what people who generally find the most success with from an order flow perspective is not just being like, dogmatic that, oh, well, I have to just trade order flow now. I don't even do that. I have lots of price action based analysis and setups that have nothing to do with order flow. But for me, order flow helps me understand the context of what the market's doing. Who's aggressive, who's being passive, where that absorption is, kind of where those key points are, and just understanding like the pace of the market, not through anything other than, how fast are sellers hitting the tape, buyers hitting the tape, etc. There's no secret. There's no, order flow is not the secret. It's not going to give you 100% win rate, but it can help you understand context.
Well said.
Would you say you like to long old swing highs and short old swing lows when we come back to them? Not necessarily. I would structure that in a higher time frame balance areas. So I view the market as going from balance to imbalance. So, we talked about absorption, two-way tape, right? So if you look at a higher time frame chart and you have a ton of days with overlapping value, you would then mark that out as a balanced range, right? The price goes up and down in that balanced range until we leave it. So I will mark the highs and lows of that balance range and use those reference points for later. Did you take that short?
Yeah, 8:18.75. I mean, it's not really going anywhere fast though. Might have to just sit in it. It's a rough one, to be honest. It's just market's not really selling off. Fair enough.
Yeah, we just kind of have the strong open drive down here into these 24 800s, and now we're just kind of chilling out. So I personally would need like a really good, we test this OR mid. That might be a great, take out all of these stops, get everyone all excited about going higher, and see if that OR mid trade doesn't hold. It bothers me though. Like this is something that's kind of funny. We didn't take out yesterday's low by, I don't know, 4 points.
Mm.
That
Yeah.
really bugs me.
Yeah, and the thing is I would naturally trade to that from here. So
Yeah.
this kind of fits my system. But actually, let me rephrase that. I naturally wouldn't trade towards it. I would wait to trade from it, but I also can pick to trade towards it. I just have to accept that if I get ran out, it's completely my fault. It's like it's not really my system to trade towards it. So it's a risky trade. It's very small. It's like $500 risk. No, not even now. I think I reduced it. Yeah, it's 445 risk. So I'm cool with it. And if not, I would then just wait for the low. And if we don't get there, we don't get there. The difficulty is that I keep having to check ES. ES is looking weaker. Possible rejection block. Yeah. Everything makes sense until it doesn't, I guess.
I'm gonna jump in this with a couple.
You gonna go
Got
long?
in at 23. Short. No, short.
Oh, thank gosh. Thought you were gonna hedge me, and I was about to close it because I have the rule. We don't hedge. You know, the one thing I do really, really miss when I go home
This
is
stuff is way too
Gatorade.
tight. Hang on. Oh man. I pulled my stop down way too tight and I got stopped.
Oh, messed up.
Yep.
It happens.
Still like the trade though.
Gatorade is not in the UK, no. And the one we do have that's similar to it is like it's kind of trash. Is it above 2? It's like 1.7.
All right, I'm
We got
back in at
Powerade.
25.
25. We got Powerade. Powerade's okay, but it's not that good. Those equal highs look sus. Yeah.
Buyers are showing up for the moment.
Fair. I would actually add to this if it comes back, I think. And these guys are all getting hurt. You can drink Prime. Yeah, I mean, that's
They're
also
just jamming
trash.
it now.
Yeah. I did not just got a yes. He is looking strong. Yes, took out that high though. Would Leo added the 5-minute mid? I can only assume he would be out before that.
Yeah, I would be out for sure.
Yeah.
I would not add to this trade. 80 points later, I would be out of the trade and then just re-entering a new trade if we rallied. So if it does this, and you go back, you're back at entry, you would add to the original
Yeah, I would normally, yeah.
Hmm.
As it comes back through, I would look to like add
Press on
on
it.
like
Yeah.
something like this here. And then I just get like a better entry, reduce risk. Because at that point, if it does this, then I'm really wrong. And then this is probably not going to get touched. Then I can just be done for the day. Because
Yeah.
I don't want to get long off of anything other than that low. So yeah, can't see my chart. What is the OR mid? It's like 960 today, something. No, 860, sorry. 863. You have the same?
1 second. Where's my crosshair? I have it at 63.75.
Yeah, same. Well, they really want this, don't they? Here you go. The anchored VWAP from the low. Let's get the anchored VWAP from the open. And let's see what's little squeezy is thinking. Oh, it's right here, actually. What I have right now as well is this isn't loading. Um, Maybe it is, and it's just there. Yeah, which red folder do you use forms higher the month or lower the month? I don't really subscribe to that. You know it's not going well. Yeah, I mean I put them on the chart because it's just a meme for me.
What is it?
The anchored VWAP from the lows.
Oh, is that where we're at right now? We're fighting that.
We're literally at that, yeah.
Yeah.
Currently between the RTH VWAP and the anchored VWAP.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna trim down to I'm gonna trim down to 3. This is a kind of a mediocre price action is mediocre. The trade's kind of in the mediocre part of this range. Would have rather been, short from up here. Hindsight's 2020, obviously, but
Yeah, so I'll add now on like the 50% pullback of the move lower. So now we have I got in on this move, it goes towards the highs, created some divergence, now pulled back. It pulls back into 50% of this. I'll then retake that offer into lower. So basically that's what I was
okay. Yeah.
kind of saying. Flavor of vape, lemon and lime right now.
Sprite. He's vaping Sprite.
Yeah. Did my VWAP course come out yet? I can't. The market makers last time I scheduled a release date, I was kidnapped and they made me agree never to release it. So yeah, you'll have to come find me in person for a copy on a USB stick. What color was the van? I can't tell you that either. Signed an NDA. Sorry.
You'll tell me though, right?
Yeah,
I'll
of
DM
course.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll DM you.
Yeah. If you DM me, I'll tell you.
Thank you.
A lot of buying delta about to be underwater.
That's
Let's hope so,
true.
let's hope so, John. The buyers are going to get crushed by the sellers for once, right? No, that's probably not going to happen.
Only temporarily will that happen.
Leo knows the color of the van. He was the driver. Thought I recognized the voice.
Did the van driver have a Tony the Tiger costume?
No, he did laugh a bit like Stowe, though. Or at least the passenger sounded like Stowe.
Interesting.
Well, Fractal, that's it. They're coming for you now. You can't speak about it. You can't actually mention it.
Well, the buyers just said,
Okay.
screw this rotation down.
Nick's traded gold. Yeah. The shiny yellow van can't go Nick.
Nick, are you really trading gold? I'm not sure if you're serious.
He's serial. Yeah, have you looked at NQ yesterday? We have. We've been fighting with it actually.
Have you looked at NQ yesterday, Nick? Yes. So you are. I just want to know: are you actually trading gold?
Yeah, it wasn't a trick question. We're not trying to like.
I'm not trolling you. I'm actually curious.
I'm not mocking you for it.
Okay. I mean, bro, you do you, man. You do realize tomorrow you have to trade NQ or yes.
Yeah, you're like at the gym on the elliptical, knowing you have to lift weights tomorrow.
Yes.
Like, what's going on?
Let's all point at Nick and laugh.
No, we're not mocking him for trading gold. It's different. We're mocking him for not trading NQ. It's a massive difference. Now trade silver. Oh, guys, I gave up with the silver thing. That thing moves like crap, by the way. I wake up, it's up 2%, doesn't move all day. Go to sleep, it's down 3%. Like, I'm telling you, that thing is awful to trade. Guys, we're below all the VWAPs now. I think this is it.
Bearish.
I think this is it, guys. I am a VWAP expert, but I'm acting like a novice. But I think this is it. I think this is the time.
We got to get below 808.
Yeah, that's where my cursor is. I don't know if you see that 80850. It's like
No.
I need it to get below 80850.
Get it.
Like
Okay, if you blow into the mic, that's you want price to go up. I don't want that. I'm actually gonna take one because this is just annoying
always
me.
give me a laugh on this channel. Thank you. Low time to go cut my grass.
Okay,
Well,
whatever. Trey can do what it wants. Okay, so if you blow, you want the candles to go up. What do we do for the candles to go down? You just sit back. You're just like, all right, chart.
Yeah.
Stowe is famous for blowing. Like you've seen that meme where the guy's pumping up. He's like on his TV and he's like blowing the can, like
Yeah.
trying to blow it up.
Bray in the lab, he famously inside there, he's from Canada, and he was like, "Oh, I need the short to work." Someone was like, "Hey, get the leaf blower out." He got the leaf blower out, stood on top of his desk, just leaf blowing the screen from above. It was hilarious. 810 is the anchored VWAP, which might be why price is struggling. The anchored VWAP from where?
From the low.
No, that's not true.
It's not?
No, the anchored VWAP from the low is 818.
I only have the anchored view up from the high.
The which high?
Up here. Basically the start of the RTH open. Oh, maybe that is the RTH anchored.
Oh,
I'm using somebody
829.
else's chart.
829.
Yeah, 28. Yeah, 29.
Yeah, maybe the data hasn't updated on my end.
I borrowed somebody else's workspace today.
You need me to delete the anchored VWAP from the low so price can go down.
Please delete it.
It's deleted. Now what? We only have anchored VWAPs from above.
Yes, now price can go down.
Yeah, facts actually.
We have to get below 808. That's it.
I know, brother. I see it.
806.25 would even be better.
You know what would be really good? 780. If we go below 780s, I'm chilling.
I would love for price to trade 780s.
Man, we need aggressive sellers to step in. Buyers are getting absorbed.
We need aggressive traders to actually move the market.
Hmm. 823, the line in the sand for NQ. Where's the point of control right now? 808?
416. Sorry, 816. 816.
Hmm. Yeah. Thoughts on that? Yeah, I approve. Until her trend line isn't broke, we are not going down the trend line. Yeah, maybe. What's ES doing? I haven't looked.
It's right at yesterday's close and the week open.
Yeah, it's running. It's pumping now. It's running. Where was my re-offer before? It's like this area, right?
I mean, this is
was
the area sellers want to hold. 25s. I'd say like 25 to 36. The inability of sellers to break the 808s is the story right now. But that can change.
Here, right now. Let's do
Right
it.
now.
Right now. Let's do it. Where's XYZ when you need him? He's asleep. For sure. No, he's probably awake now.
He's definitely asleep.
Whoa. Anyway, who's on after us though? Oh,
We tickled
right.
it. We tickled
Chat.
it. We're
Chat,
tickling 808.
we need some more sellers. Could the sellers please step up? Call your friends, your wife, your grandpa, even your kids. Your kids can start selling this from here.
This is where
That
they
was
need to step on it.
that was sarcasm, by the way. Don't do that. You know, I'm not responsible for anything that anyone else does. Purely entertainment and education, nothing else. You don't want to sell down here? Big money, 4 cons. That's it, Devin. Step up. Step up. Is this thing just going to squeeze once we run previous day low? Well, I don't know, but once we do run previous day low, I won't care about it anymore because that's just what yeah. Maybe I'll look for a mean reversion long, but I definitely won't be looking to play any money. Oh, I've got another sell in here. Definitely won't be looking to play anything other than the money I've made today because, yeah. Let me step in with my 1 micro. Do it. Do it. I'm short 7 times 5 fake lots. Well, I just hope that everyone gets previous day low that is short. So, um, yeah. See, you know what I would really hate now is it comes back.
I'm actually
So,
going to take one here, just seeing a little this exhaustion right
yeah.
at 95. So I'm down to one, and I'll just put this at break even. For me, how I would manage this going forward, if this continues to go lower, is I want to see that prior day low break, which is also the initial balance low, and look for that to get retested and just add with momentum going away. That is by definition, a continuation type of trade. I understand that we're not necessarily in a market that's conducive for that, but considering, we did have an open drive lower, we've balanced, the range this morning. And so if that were to happen, then I would consider that a decent break of the range. And so that's why I would trade it that way, even though the environment is more or less two-way.
Yeah, agreed. They came back to me.
How long do we need to be below prior day low to come back and test it? It's not a time-based thing. For me, it would just be volume. So really what you would want is okay, so like we're just, for sake of argument, let's say we have the volume profile here, right? We're gonna have we have this low volume area right here that's currently just like a taper on the profile. If we broke the initial balance low, we would want to see volume build in these 780s. And then we would have this distribution, and then we would have a new distribution, and what separates it is that low volume area. So what I'm saying is I would want to see not just a break of it, but I would want to see volume build. So we have a big volume node here, and then I would use this spot as a point of reference to short against, kind of base my risk against, essentially. Are they really gonna?
They are. Yeah.
They're not gonna stop me out. They're gonna let me live for a moment.
I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm done playing with it though. I didn't like the fact we bought back from there.
Oh, so you
So
discovered.
yeah, I'm out. I think I covered for like, I don't know, like $4 or something silly.
So you can go to Chipotle today.
No, I'm a Chick-fil-A guy, sorry. Yeah.
Chick-fil-A. Do
Yeah.
they have
No,
Chick-fil-A in London?
no, they don't actually.
No, they're not even overseas, right? Is it just American?
They might have
I
one that
don't
I'm
know.
completely unaware of, but I am not aware of a Chick-fil-A.
So if you're in New York, are you going to go get Chick-fil-A today?
Absolutely not. No.
Huh.
No, I'm not wasting up valuable time.
What are you going to do?
I can't tell you it's a secret. I'm sworn to NDA.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can't even tell me what you're going to eat?
No, and that was part of the NDA, actually.
That's a tough one.
James, why did Apex not enforce consistency? I was past the point. After so many days, a lot of the rules don't count, like consistency, DCA, and all those other things. So you can just trade however you want. But they might have changed that. Remember, I did trade with them almost a year ago. They've changed a lot since then. So yo, Kane's is good actually because in Dubai they have a Raising Cane's.
Cane's is actually somewhat goated.
Yeah, it's good actually. You need something like dirty after a night out. Dubai Cane's is open 24 hours. Yeah, that shit's good. Leo, can I purchase the order flow tools separate from the Discord, or does it have to be together?
they are intertwined in the sense that all of the educational material on how to use the tools themselves are in the Discord. So you would be missing all of the documentation to even set it up and be able to raise a ticket to ask for help if you need it. So that would be show me an OFL discount. I don't want to show anything. I'm not here to show.
Okay, and what I don't understand how winning almost $400, you don't decide to get them and not waiting until you get out of the market. Probably it's a discipline issue, but it's not very difficult for me. I don't really understand the question. If you were asking me why don't I take the $400 off the table now after that move, it's because that's not how I trade. If that was my logical area of getting out of the market, then have I would have closed. But the reality is I'm always trading to or away from something and to something else. So I have logic for getting break even, i.e., I don't want to see price come back. But ultimately for me, yeah, I just don't bother because I'm stealing money from my future self. That's the way I look at it.
You have to stick to your plan
Mm.
and your strategy.
Okay, when you were broke and starting out, did you still have the abundance mindset that NinjaTraders often they cause overtrading and noob mistakes? I think everyone has the same issues in trading at the start. There are very rare people that make it successful and have like a mindset of, okay, I just need to do this for X amount of dollars per day. Because you always have like, oh, if I can make 50, I can make 500. I just need more money. And that's just not the way it works. No life, the education for OFL is in the Discord. I would sadly not subscribe. Yeah, that's your personal thing, isn't it? I think ultimately a lot of people do have a really good experience on Discord. And actually, you know what? Leo might not say it, but I will say it. As someone that has access to OFL, it's not like most Discords. It's very mature. It's not full of 15-year-olds trying to make a bunch of money. It's actually the opposite. It's like one of the, yeah, they're actually old. No offense to a lot of them. They're a lot older and a lot more mature. So
Did you just call me old?
you are old.
Wow.
Demographically wise to trading, I'm also old because it's how many 20-year-olds do you see on Instagram and Twitter that are driving Porsches and Ferraris and Lamborghinis? We're old.
I guess so.
TikTok made trading mainstream. Not really. We're not unks. No, 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 we're not unks. Delhi and Pact are like unk level. Sorry, boys, but that's just true.
You know what?
You're gonna say it, aren't you?
No, I'm thinking about just taking this straight off because on that second reoffer and we're just holding the prior low, it's just lose interest.
Yeah, I lose interest in it. I would rather play from the low now, you know? I just
Yeah.
I'm not interested in it. And also, we got 10 minutes left of our segment. Sorry, I'm cutting us really short, 17. But this close to the hour, I wouldn't mind being short. It just kind of gives me more reason for like an 11 move. But like this 10 a.m. range is just tiny. We've not gone anywhere. So the risk of 11 just running out the high and then going to the low It's just there for me. So I'm just, things change with time for me. So you're old, so flashing emojis, etc. in Discord just reminds me of a disco ball. Yeah, it's not like that, Frank. If you're interested in order flow, I'm telling you, Order Flow Labs is the place for you. If, yeah, I'm just saying that. Then I have no attachment to Order Flow Labs other than Leo is my friend. This reminds you of yesterday.
Yeah, a lot.
That was a comment. I don't know. I didn't look at the price yesterday. I was catching Z's in the sky. Casinos can never be oversaturated. I don't know, bro. November 1993. Why are you saying November 1993? You do this a lot, bro. You try and say things about me that I've said my age and my birthday, so it's really easy to figure out when I was born and where I live. You've done it a few times now. You did not, bro. I don't care what you say. You're Alex that I don't know, you know? It's whatever. I told you, if you tell me your surname, I'll verify if I know you or not. 1993 was a fun year. Best year ever. It was the year I was brought into the world. You're an asshole.
Whoa.
No, Racco is
We need to moderate here this debate.
no, Racco was like, do they know you snore in my sleep? It's my friend right next to me. He's just being an ass. This free off, they're really buying it off this low, aren't they? No, I'm not. I'm not from Chiswick. I live in. I've said this before. I live in the Bedfordshire area, but like it's so vague. Whatever. Oh, ES is pushing. They really
Yeah,
want
I'm
that
gonna get
high.
out. Yeah, I'm gonna get out.
And you'll look for Leo and find Kane. Yeah. Sadly, and this is a really sad thing, is I actually don't really go out that much in the UK, especially where I live. But if anyone lives like Hertfordshire way, we play paddle in Hitchin. You ever want to come play paddle in Hitchin? You're more than welcome. Luton isn't a great night out. No, it isn't. I'm down. Yeah, you just have to put up with Racco's smack talk when we're playing paddle. He really loves to give it to you. Have you been to New Jersey? I've not actually. In the US, I've been to Vegas, to Florida. I've been to New York, but strictly just New York. Um, I've been to Utah, been to LA. Uh, I've been to San Francisco for a day. So yeah, is Kane being doxxed? Guys, I I don't know how more I can be doxxed. You can't literally see my face.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. This is this weird obsession with like posting my personal details, like the town I live in or used to live in,
Why does
my
it matter?
full name. Yeah, I don't know. Like, and also, what are you gonna do with that information? I think Matt Lobert is legit. Yeah, Sniper's a good guy. I like him. He's a good guy. I've seen him trade live. He has a very specific model. Maybe he wants to hang out. But like, if you randomly came to my house or like, say I was at a coffee shop somewhere and you were like, "Hey, Kane," I'd be like, "You okay?" Like, I'm not gonna. It's not gonna be a positive reaction if you come to find me. I wouldn't be rude, but I don't know. It'd be creepy, yeah. It'd be creepy. um, what do I think of Utah? I went to Utah to ski, and the person I went with had family there. So yeah, like I didn't think it was bad. I mean, look, it's pretty boring. Can't really drink. When I went, you drinking wasn't really a thing there. Everything shuts on Sundays. But I think that it was like 10 years ago. You know, lots changed since then.
And the price action just on the
It's
markets
non-existent.
for the minute, it literally died. I mean,
Oh,
I know
really? There's
we're
just
going
nothing.
up, but it's just like ES is still at the week open.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's going nowhere.
Question for Leo: do the long tails in the 15-minute NQ mean anything from an order flow perspective? No. I mean, if you just look at tails as buy, just look at those wicks as buy, buy wicks rejection, that there's buyers down there that are, defending or buying, the 800s.
You're going fishing. Good one, Rogan. Have fun. John, I prefer the corded Apple wireless, the wired headphones to these, by the way. The wired Apple headphones are the best headphones they do.
The wired Apple ones.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Not even close. I actually don't like these ones. I just have these for plain because they block out sound. That's it. That's the only reason I use them. Yeah, and the mic on the wired ones is goated.
Okay, so you're saying I should buy them as soon as we get off the stream. They're that good.
I mean, come on, they're not that good. They're just for me, I don't really like having over-ear headphones. It ruins my hair. That's a joke. But no, I'm kidding. But just like when I'm walking around, I can just plug them in, take a phone call, listen to music. I'm not gonna lose them. And if I do, it's $20 instead of 250, you know?
I have very cheap headphones that I use at the desk. But my favorite headphones for like working out, whatever, just doing stuff around the house, whatever, are Bose SoundSport wireless. They have a strap like they're wired to each other. So
Oh
you just throw
yeah.
that behind your neck.
Yeah,
But they
yeah, yeah.
stopped selling them. So I had
Oh,
to
really?
I actually asked for like refurbed headphones for Christmas because I wanted like a couple of pairs so that I could I could use them for another couple of years before I had to find new headphones. Stowe is patiently waiting in the background.
I want to know if what this guy's doing. This is an area that I think he could have longed.
Stowe, we need to know, just so you're in while you're listening, who do you think is going to win tomorrow? And you can't pick yourself.
Yeah, have a think about that one, Sto.
Yeah.
And go ahead and share your screen so I can see where you're long from.
800s. I knew it. Oh, damn. He's not even trading NQ.
Oh, he is? Oh, no, he's not. Oh, no, he's
No,
not.
he's trading ES.
Oh, he betrayed us.
But that's equivalent
7-12.
to what the 800s would be.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Man, sneaky little devil.
What's up,
Here
brother?
he is.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Good
buddies.
morning.
How's it going?
Slow.
It's going.
Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty nasty.
Is ES in a 5-point range or is it actually like 10?
I've been scalping. Let's see. I've been scalping 2.5 points. Very, very heavily. I've been putting like 4 or 5 on and taking 2.5 points off. Super tight stop. Yeah, I don't know. This feels a lot like yesterday. It's not very fun. So I'm just down to my last one here. I like that we keep holding this 13-ish. This is the bottom of the weekly -1, this area here, so that we're struggling to push down into it makes me feel good. However, we haven't hit 6,700, so I don't know. The whole thing is sus and weird, so I don't know. But I made some points. How'd you guys do?
Yeah, I had one decent trade.
That's cool.
Look
at this short.
I say decent in the sense that like it didn't really go anywhere, but it worked.
We didn't lose money.
Yeah, we didn't lose money.
Yeah, on that point, it's a good one. You shorted. I can see that. You
I
shorted.
did right here. Yeah.
I was watching. I was looking at that.
Very good short, and I got to overnight low. Very stoked on that. I tried to continue short here and got blown out and flipped long and covered at VWAP, and then reassessed and just started playing this game called long the overnight low, take profit at VWAP. So that's just that's the game I've been given so far. NQ again making this like world's most ridiculous low. So
yeah, that low is horrible.
The same thing happened yesterday, and that's where we broke from.
It sure did.
Oh, so that's yeah. Okay, that makes sense now. So now they'll just take it to the low and blow through it.
I don't know who's gonna win tomorrow, dude. I don't know. Do we have any? I might pick Leo. I know XY is the front runner right now, but if I had to pick somebody that's not me, and the only way it'll be me is if we get the Thursday trend day for the first time, maybe possibly ever.
Grinding slow
trend day
slow
up.
rally.
No rotations, none.
I will cry on the internet.
Yeah, I picked Leo. Leo's my bet. The big cat can trade. I don't know if you guys know this about Leo, but he's quite good.
Are you sure? Have you seen the Reddit post?
Mm-hmm. Man, I forgot the misery that lives in the depths of Reddit.
It's bad.
It is wild.
It is.
Yeah. Woo. Some people,
wild.
man. Kane, you look nice in your hotel room. You chilling in the States, bud.
Chilling, brother. Chilling, yeah. They tried to mock me this morning for my jacket or my jumper.
Oh, I like it. It's cool.
Yeah, I like it.
I dig it, actually.
I like your specs too. I like the clear. I almost got a pair of those. I might get that.
Can you send me a pair, Kane?
No. I'll give you a pair when we go to Miami, to Naples.
Okay. Nice. Glasses for all of us in Naples. I love it.
I don't know about all of you, but sure, maybe just you two.
No, don't waste them on me. I'd need a prescription anyway.
I'm gonna fucking buy a pair at the hotel at the airport, and you guys will never know. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're pushing on it now.
Yeah, they ran
us.
They were good.
Take
the
this
annoying.
out.
The annoying thing is, my stop would have never got ran, and then this high here would have been my Riyadh. You know, when I was looking at Riyadh into it, that would have been the Riyadh, and now we're trading through the low. So I'm just gonna go cry in a corner after this stream, to be honest.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, well, you're not gonna get proof, so sadistic guy.
Nope, they didn't get it. Ugh, disgusting.
It's like you're sad you didn't get stopped out.
I mean, I need the relief of the stops of the low being taken out. It's like, I'd rather have the relief.
It's a poor low.
I'll spend the $50 or whatever this stop out's going to cost me for the relief. It's a unique problem. Only some of us are blessed with, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's you and only you.
No, Leo's got it too. I've seen his score.
Touched. Gifted.
Yes, very gifted. Much Tylenol.
I need to ask my mom if she took Tylenol.
Yeah. Somebody missed. Yeah. My mom's got a lot of explaining to do. I know the answer already.
They're asking what's a poor low, Stowe.
Oh God, the question.
Before you answer that,
Can someone else say it today?
we're gonna let you explain that.
All right.
As the intro.
There you go. Bye, guys.
For the next mid markets trade with Stowe.
Okay, great. Well, thanks
Yeah.
for nothing, and I'll see you guys later.
See you later, buddy. See you, chat.
Bye, buddies.
Bye.
Morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. How are we doing? Yes, I will explain a poor low in a second, just like I do every day, as is my punishment for saying it out loud into the chat. I understand how the punishments work around here. Yep, they call me poor low Stowe. That's right, man, dude. Good morning, man, dude. Good to see you. You turkeys are doing this on purpose. All of you have know exactly what a poor low is. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, friend Tintin. Good morning, my friend. Good morning, Jai. Morning, Cooper. What's up, bud? Flight here is here. Good. We got everybody. Hey, T-Trades. What's up, brother? How are you? Dude, you got a check mark. You look official in here. Give it up for the T-Trades. What a good guy. Good to see you, bud. Thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out. Morning, Mark. Good morning, Mr. Deck. I was actually thinking about T-Trades a lot yesterday as I was finishing my next episode of my course series or whatever the hell we're calling that. And I was like, man, I hope this is okay. Because I've never done anything like that. And it's like incrementally, the more you put yourself out there, the more you are criticized and the meaner people are to you. It seems like it's almost exactly equal. So I'm about to put out like a 45-minute video of me rambling about the way that I look at the markets. And I'm like, man, I hope nobody's too mean about this. Oh, good, Bitsmith. I'm glad I can bring you some joy. Thanks, JD. Thanks, buddy. Good morning, Omni. Good morning, my friend. How are you? Chill guy. Got everybody. Alex. Hey, bud. Trader Nautilus. Good morning. No, it's not. I think it's just like I actually I don't know why. I don't know why it happens, but it's just a weird reality that I've discovered from doing this. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Hey, Dean. Good morning. Good morning, Jims. Good morning. Morning, Loon. I know, Jason. They're doing the same thing again today. I mean, it drove XY crazy yesterday, too. I mean, they made 2 poor lows in NQ yesterday. I mean, let's go look at them just for fun. All right, now I'll explain what a poor low is. This one wasn't as bad. All right, so this is yesterday, right? This is what me and XY were trading all afternoon. Just this horrific price action. A poor low is just a low that isn't it doesn't have a quick run through and reclaim. So it doesn't have a taper. And we can probably find, all right, so here was the other poor low they made yesterday, like all morning. Good Lord, from like 10 to noon, just all these equal lows. So when we say a poor low, we're just talking about an equal low. Now, this low became good when they ran it here and then reclaimed it. So, and then, I mean, they took it out, but either way, this is a poor low. And for anybody that didn't understand this, I'll be here tomorrow to explain it again. Actually, tomorrow I'm not doing it, damn it. Somebody else can cover this tomorrow. But like, I mean, a good, let's see if I can find a good, I don't have any volume profiles. Yeah, whatever. So if they make it equal low right here and don't puke through this IB low, this will again be disgusting. All right, we got stopped. Okay. That's good. I kind of I traded a lot today, so I'm ready to just chill and talk. Don't do it, Jason. Yes, I am busy tomorrow. I'm quite busy. Having fun. Good morning, Video Starcade. Good morning, Jim. Hey, Dad. Good morning, Mr. Scalpert. I like that stop, Hunter. The cheap seats love to throw stuff into the arena. It's pretty good. I like that. Good morning, Rogue Shots. Good morning. Hey, Alistar. Hey, Dean. Yeah, man, dude, for sure. Man, dude says, Stowe, do you disclose the bands that I use? Yeah, for sure. It's not fancy. None of this is fancy. The fanciest thing I have is probably the Delta volume profile. But other than that, it's just like MGI, VWAP bands. That's it. Yeah. Thanks, Tim. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, what is up with this 6710 guy, huh? It got all the bullets. Now, I want to see, this is what I want to see down here. 98. Let me find the big chart. What do we got, Jim? Crude oil futures extend higher. Yeah, didn't they say something about, I don't know, there was some crude news, I think, or maybe I'm hallucinating that. No way to know. Yeah, so here we have pretty chart. And I mean, we're getting to the bottom of the monthly band. This is where I want to get to. I want to get down here. I want to check this out. This area, maybe right here at 6,700 would be nice. I don't know. Probably it's not going to be that clean, but I would like to poke down here and then get back inside of the monthly band that currently is sitting at 6,700 for continuation. This is what, I mean, it's Wednesday. I talk about this in the video, so I won't spend too much time on this, but we are trying to stay inside of the weekly. But we have left this pretty egregious volume node up here. I mean, this whole, all of this volume stuck like a duck up there for sure. So that ain't good. Yeah. But at the moment, it looks like we're just traversing this. And when you're going through, like when you're going through a value area, like when you're going through balance, like it's not fast. You get to this node. I mean, yeah, 6710 is the point of control on the high time frame volume profile too. So you get to this spot, and this is messy because this is where everybody is. So it's not going to be clean. It's not the same as going through a low volume area, which is fast because, you know, this is not where participants want to hang out. And it's been shown by the lack of volume there. So it has the ability to pick up and accelerate through that. But Yeah, it just looks like we're grinding in this big node. But that's all my high time frame glance for today, I guess. Oh, there you go, Tracy. Hey, Tracy. Also, good morning. So I didn't make it up. I was not hallucinating that. Good. Very good to know. Actually, let's look at I want to look at NQs too. Okay. What's this guy up to? Okay. This is getting better too. So NQ's monthly bottom is 24,714-ish. So when I look at these, right? So this is like, let's zoom out and look at this. We can do a little chat about the monthly band. It's a pretty clear trend, right? We're hanging out in the +1 to +2 area. It's almost the end of the month, so we have, a lot of information in that band. It's very accurate. It's awesome. I don't use this as a level. It's important to say that. It's just an idea. It's a zone. You have to find like some price action to back up this spot. And you have to find some volume profile stuff to back up this spot too. So come down and we see that, okay, this is the bottom of the band. Hey, they ran it. Woo! Ha ha! A poor low, no mo. That's right, baby. Anyway. Sorry, I didn't mean to get too excited. So I look at this, I'm like, all right, we got 714, and then I'm gonna look left. I'm like, all right, well, we don't have any previous highs to lean on, and it looks like we've already kicked off of this spot once. So this guy's not very safe here. So I'm not gonna be like jumping in to buy this right here. I'm gonna let this run down here into this low volume node, and then maybe buy it once it gets back into this node. So that's how I look at that. That's how I would create that. Create like a higher time frame trade thesis. And then of course we got to zoom in and figure it out. Oh, good. I see that ES is down here now making a poor low for itself. When will it end? I feel like they can't keep getting away with it. GIF all the time. But so yeah, we'll watch for 700, 715. Just have that rattling around in the back of our minds today and tomorrow. Loon, I do not use TPO charts. I just don't. I don't. I just don't have a way to look at them and have them make sense to my mind. That's the only reason. But they're still quite valuable. I find that people use TPO charts to identify balance and imbalance and stuff like that. That's what I was able to do with VWAP bands. I find that to be. I use auction market theory ideas, but I use them on VWAP bands instead of TPO charts. That might sound crazy, but that's what I'm up to. I see Nick. Nick was also upset about that low. Okay, thank you. That's funny. Oh God. Oh, Cooper says, not my best execution today. Yeah, I mean, you can't win them all. It's not going to be perfect. And it's kind of messy, so this isn't like the world's cleanest day. Open at the highs, sold off, and then just balance at the low. That's not the easiest thing to play. Because you can see, I mean, I was looking for trend continuation here again, and I just got yeeted into the sun. This does look like a downtrend. We came up, kept bouncing off this VWAP. I was playing the other side of it because this buyer would not stop. And I would much rather be on the side of an unstoppable buyer with a tight stop than an unstoppable seller with a tight stop, because just historically, buyers win and sellers lose, at least when I'm a seller. But yeah, I mean, we've only tagged the 24-hour VWAP once since basically the open. We have all this stuff down here to go tag 6,700 and the bottom of that band, 714. So yeah, I've spent plenty of time buying this thing today, so we don't need to do this. And if we break this IB low on ES, that will check every stat that I look at for the day. So we'll also be done with that. That'll be good. Tim says, how many trades do you normally take in a day, Sto? Well, I will take, today you can look, I've taken 1 billion, literally, but this is one idea for me right here. So, if we walk through, I'm usually taking like 3 to 4 ideas, but I will beat that idea into the ground if I have the opportunity. So I kind of did today. So this was a short continuation trade, scale, and then I'm just trying to get to the overnight low, check the stat, so I got it, tick. It went much further low, so then I tried to reoffer it here, took a stop, and often when I take a stop on a short like that, I will flip long quickly and scalp the next 10 points or the next 2 points if the bid is that strong. I don't know how to explain. It's just like I'm very quick in there. If I get stopped, I have my finger on the buy trigger just to get up there and slap it to grab a couple points. So that's what I did here. Stopped out and then flipped long and just got to VWAP itself. And then we came back, and this is a setup for me. Trend down, and then we get back above the -1, and it starts to flatten out. So you can see this slope is completely flat here from a 45-degree angle down. I feel like I'm just talking into my course thing because I just said all this crap last night to myself. That's funny. But yeah, so this is a setup for me. Big trend down, VWAP slope flattens out. And then I'm just taking these longs. And this is just, for me, this is one trade, even though I probably traded it, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 different entries here, and these are all, my exits. So I consider this one trade. It got stopped here. Now I'm flat. This idea is done for now. So this is a trade. This is a trade. And then this is a trade. So we're at 3 for the day, to answer your question, in my mind. Yeah, Jason, I use the DOM for sure. Absolutely. I have to have the DOM. I'm not as good at using it as XY is. That's for sure. He's a wizard in many ways. But yeah, I use the DOM for show. I'm going to make 0 DOM videos because no one needs to cover that other than XY and Leo. I don't know about Nick. I don't know about Nick's DOM skill, but those two are too good. I would just be in an arena that I don't belong in, trying to participate in that. Rahat says, what is MGI? MGI stands for market generated information, and it is just basic levels that are things like the overnight low, IB low, VWAP is probably MGI, opening range stuff is MGI, the RTH open, overnight high, that's just stuff that the market has made. So that's the best way to think about that. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Tim, you got to be nimble. You got to be ready to flip at all times because that's what the market does. So I mean I don't hate the long. It's not they can't get through it. Fly it here. So I mean you might as well take a stab. Had I not been like NQ's low is much better now. It's kind of leaving a yeah, this I mean ES now sucks, but so this would be a good low. This is an exhaustive node. So if we can hold this area, this would be an exhaustive node, which is good. This is a good low. Now that we have run this, reclaimed it, left this, if we leave this volume behind, that's a good low. So Flight here is a good trader. I don't know them as a person, but I just know from the YouTube comments that they are in some good trades in the moment a lot. So I'm sure they see this exhaustive node. This is a bunch of selling that didn't get anywhere down here, trying to push the previous day low. And it looks like they're giving up. So nice trade, homie. Very nice. Oh, sure, baby whale. No problem. Any good videos on learning auction market theory? I don't know about videos, but there is. I feel good promoting this guy now a little bit because number one, it's free, and number two, one of his companies was bought by the Kraken thing too. So we're kind of buds in the same ecosystem now. There is a website called Trading Riot, and if you go to it, there are excellent in-depth blog posts about very basic concepts like auction market theory, volume profile, TPO stuff. It's all free. He does sell something on there, but you don't have to buy it to read all the blog stuff. And it's where I got started. It's one of my first free education things that really clicked with me. So I just recommend going to that blog and yeah, just do yourself a favor and read that. It'll take you, I don't know, a couple hours. Yeah, sure, Rick, no problem. Oh yeah, Gerardo. It's just Google Trading Riot, and that's his website. I don't know what if it's .com or what the hell it is, but you should be able to find it. Sure. Well, we're getting back to this. Okay. I mean, that maybe they'll just go tick the IB, and that's gonna be it. Horrendous. Yes, you disgust me. Yeah, I mean, there's really no trade for me here. So looking at the rest of the day, I don't want to initiate here because this is in the middle of everything. A good short for me is just up here somewhere at the top of this range, maybe the 6720s again. If it gets up here and fails and comes back into balance, we'll see what VWAP does. So this is it's fighting now with okay. So I talk about this in the video thing too, but here's an example of it. If you guys go watch that video, like I do this on stream all day too. So if you look at the monthly band, this is the +1 and the +2, right? So whenever, and you know, the way that I think about trend is if we're inside of that, we are trending up in, you know, this is the big trend. This is a nice trend on the monthly. On the weekly, we are inside of the -1 and the -2 band. And I mean, these are just two 30-minute candles, but it's not liking getting back in there. So when these two things are conflicting with each other, I'm much more cautious with what I'm up to. You know, the weekly trend is different than the monthly trend right now. That's just something to think about. It's just something to note. Yeah, I don't know. So when I see this happening, it gives me pause, and it also, you know, makes me feel like we are going to retrace a little lower and get to the bottom of this spot, which is where, you know, it would be the other side of this, the value area of the volume profile. Yeah. But if we get back above and we get back into weekly balance, which is this space here, then that gives me more confidence to be long. And I had to, yeah, I wrote this, I said this yesterday too. Like, I would rather buy up here than down here. And I know that might be a strange concept for people to wrap their minds around, because you're kind of taught that in trading, you want to buy low and sell high, but that's not really always the best situation to be a buyer in. Sometimes it's better to buy higher and sell higher than it is to buy low. And if you can get this idea to sit in yourself and think about it all the time, it will make you a lot more patient, and it will stop you from trying to pick highs and lows, because you realize that you don't need to pick them. Hey, brother. T-Trades is back. T-Trades, do you know a NinjaTrader person? They're the best. Yeah, T-Trades was on, I think he was on one day. I don't know. Maybe I made that up. Yep, exactly. Yes. Buy the continuation, not the low. That is something that, you know, in doing, and again, T-Trade shared his model with me, all the stuff. I'm not awesome at being able to pull off reading it because I suck at looking at candle shapes. But it has a lot of the same concepts. Wait for the low to be in, buy the continuation, stay out of the chop. And this is the beautiful thing about trading. And this is the beautiful thing about, like the way that we all look at, this is what I think is cool. The way that we all look at trading differently is what makes it awesome, is that you're really, it's really up to you to decide how you want to approach the market. You just need to find something that you can use to visualize it in a way that makes sense to your brain. And then once you have that, then you can start building plays. Then you can start controlling your risk around those plays. And that's when you can become successful. I mean, it takes years usually, but it's out there. The dream is out there. Yeah, Jacob, I use volume candles. For ES, I use 3,000 volume, which I keep saying I'm going to change, but I don't. So I don't know. I keep saying I'm going to lower that, but I don't think that I will. I think 3,000 is fine. Sure, Mr. Tita. No problem. Ms. Tita? Yes, that's a Z. Yeah, 1,500 is supposed to be good. I just hesitate to change anything because like it will invariably mess me up. I like how we're kind of in sync right now. This is a little balance here. Peaked above, failed it, and now we're peaking below it. It's showing signs that it's trying to push lower. Again, sellers are constantly letting me down, so I don't have any hopes here that we're actually going to go tag those prices. Maybe by the end of the day, I don't know. But both NQ and ES did come up just now and fail to get back inside of the overnight low. So whenever that happens, that's a bearish thing for the moment. Yeah, you can, Jacob, you can do any volume candle that you want. You just click this button up here, and in this row, you can choose volumes, and then if you would like your own, I mean, you could have a 69 volume chart if you wanted to, or a 420 volume chart if you wanted to get weird. You just hit configure, and then you can add your own volume set here. So I have 750 for NQ and 3,000 for ES. I also have 250 on here because Leo had me looking at 250 NQ for a while, which was way too fast. T-Trade's 3 months in Italy. That's crazy. It sounds wonderful. It sounds so relaxing. How much pizza did you eat? Did they have like the local pizza place and the local cafe and like the local everything? That sounds wonderful. I have a friend that goes, his family has like basically like an old nice. There you go. That's right. Yeah, his family has like an old house in a village somewhere that's just like, it's basically just like a big stone house. It's like the way he described it, he's like, it's like camping. It's just like you have to build a fire in there or you'll freeze. And he went there for the winter actually, because he wanted to experience the off season, and he said it was amazing. I love pizza. One thing I miss about moving, we moved out of the city last year, and I miss my good pizza. Well, once you're married, you don't get to do anything T-Trades. You just your life's over. So enjoy your time now. I'm just kidding. I like to say that I like to sprinkle a couple things like that in just to see if my wife is watching my streams or not. So we'll see. We'll see if she notices that one. Not true. That's true. Jim just went. This is mostly a comedy show at the moment. Normally I'm trading, actually. Usually it's the afternoon. Hey, there we go. All right. Check. Let's see if they got some gusto. Let's watch. Let me pull up the guy. ES previous day low is at 0175. I mean, they're pushing. They're pushing. Still got a ways to go to get to the bottom of that band, but that was a nice push. We'll see what happens now. Band's starting to slope down. And so what we're looking at now on the Delta volume profile, because we're trending down, right? All this stuff is trending down. Now we're at an extreme, which is fine. I'm watching NQ. Yeah, they're really selling it now. So this selling is being rewarded. I'm going to look for blue team to show up at some point and keep and absorb. If a buyer shows up, we're going to need a passive seller to show up too, if this is going to get continuation. It looks good. I mean, they're chasing it down. We'll see. We'll see who shows up here. This could also be ES's turn to make an exhaustive node here. So if it wants to leave this behind, it may, but it's looking quite heavy. There is a missed auction at 0575, so pull back to that spot. I mean, it seems like the world's most obvious thing, but sometimes it is. Yeah, pull back to these previous lows, which also happens to be the IB, and then this is where we'll look for passive seller to be. Don't have any news or anything left, do we? Nah. Oh, we got a Fed member at 410. Okay, well that's cool. That's not gonna bug me. Nick, yes. My hobby is also a podcast, believe it or not. The weirdest thing about making the course is like I've kind of got a podcast with myself, and that's weird. I felt properly insane. All right, so watching this blue team here. So if this passive seller is going to sit here and say, nope, we want to go lower, that's what we're watching for. I'm still not going to buy this. This is not a trade for me. Because this is insane aggression. And, you know, I'd rather buy, or I'd rather sell up here. Yeah, I don't have a good trade here, but I am going to watch it to see if it's going to work. Just because I mean, it keeps you sharp. You gotta watch the game, right? It's like if the game's on, you gotta watch the game. Figs rooting for the Bears too hard. Yeah, don't give them too much credit. It took them all day to run an IB low, and now they completely have blown it. So yeah, for sure. Same thoughts, T-Trade. I'm not interested in this. Do you want to be on our podcast? You can be on our podcast with us. Do you want to be a guest? I'm the producer. I can, slide you in there if you want to. That would be awesome. I would love that. Chat, you've heard it. You've heard it here. This is my official invite to T-Trades to come on the Painting the Tape podcast. No, you don't have to show your face. It's all audio, dude. You're good. We don't even look at each other when we record it. That's the truth. It's called Painting the Tape, and it's on the places where podcasts exist, Apple, Spotify, things like that. Last night I thought the sun had died and gone to heaven. Good jams today. Yeah, it's not on YouTube. Sorry. I didn't realize that people really looked at our YouTube is blank. We just have that to use for the website for our unlisted videos, just to have some place to host it. But yeah, I guess people listen to YouTube for podcasts. I mean, Sav's in here. She's the YouTube connoisseur. Maybe she can back me up. Is that true? No, baby whale. I ain't buying this, homie. Nope. You do you. But this ain't a buy for me. Baby whale said, is this a buy? No. Good God, no. Look at how terrible this is. All right. So here's why we're not buying this. Here's why I'm not buying this. You guys do whatever the hell you want. That's what makes the market. But here's why I'm not touching the buttons right now. And you know me, I love buying stuff. Rejected the overnight low. Broke the IB. Rejected the IB low. We are outside of the -2 down here. Like, we are pressing hard. This slope has changed from flat. Now it's starting to slope. So like this thing's picking up steam. It's getting close to that 45-degree grind down angle. So for those reasons, I ain't touching this thing. All right, I'll figure it out. I'll get the podcast back up on YouTube. That's fair. Yeah, you can also sell. I don't want to initiate a new short position down here because like we're at an extreme. I just don't really participate in the market at these extremes. I don't have enough room. And honestly, there's not much meat on the bone left for me because ultimately my target's like down here at 98. Might even be higher than that, 99.50. Yeah, it's like, so what do? I get short at the IB low, looking for maybe max 8 points with all of this free space above me to run a stop. That ain't for me. Yes, T Trades is in the house, Shab. Also, good morning, Shab. Yes. Short T Trades has a good point. Shorting right below previous day low after a large range isn't usually a great idea. Yes, this is true. Not to say it can't work, but they do call it shorting the hole for a reason. And let her breathe. Me too, Shab. Me too. I'm taking this baby down. Oh, that's a good point, Firmament. You listen to books on tape? I use Audible for everything. I listen to a ton of books. I'm in the middle of so spooky season. I usually listen to Stephen King books September and October. I like Stephen King. Little mindless, still good. Yep. I've got the ADR at like 173 and our range is 141. So, yeah. Not surprised. T-Trade's right on top of it. I mean, ES has room. It's got 12 more points to go for its ADR. So, like, it might have it in the tank. I'm actually looking at this like our ADR might get us to that 714 spot on NQ, and then maybe see that area for a bounce. That's good to know, Cooper. That's good to know. Nice, Cosmic Gateway. Yeah, I love the Dark Tower stuff. So I'm listening to I think it's called like Don't Flinch or Never Flinch. It's one of his newer ones. And then I'm gonna go back through and do I never did the Mr. Mercedes trilogy. So I'm gonna do those because his Holly character is in this new Don't Flinch book. I really like her. I like his detective-y stuff a lot. So that's my plan. It's pretty good. It's pretty good so far. I like it. Firmament. I know about the Bobs. I know about that level of nerdery. Wow, that's some deep nerdery, my friend. Good for you. T-Trades, is that your real voice on your videos, or do you use an AI? Is that really how you sound? Oh, dude, you should have a podcast. You got a good radio voice. All right, 6,700. Show me what you got. Yeah, they're really taking a piss now. Let's go. Yeah, this is really pushing now. All right, so that was a big bid. What time is it? 11:47. So this is the previous week value area high right here, 99. I'm not buying this, but this is target. So I want to see how price reacts here. Let's check this band again. Okay, so we lost it. All right, so now we're on the other side of this little node. I mean, this node is 6,700. It's a big number. It's gonna be weird, but we are losing the monthly band. And this band's not insanely accurate, but like it doesn't mean that. So just have this in the back of your mind now. We're losing this. Anything below 6,700, we're losing it. Nice. Do you trade the Russell or the Dow when you're looking for confluence T-trades? I've always looked at Dow and Q for confluence with ES, but Deli looks at NQ and the Russell for the same sort of thing. I don't look at the I don't look at the Russell for anything, and I'm wondering if I should start. Yeah. Well, I have I use the Dow and NQ because I feel like my analogy for it is ES is like NQ and YM's marriage counselor. And if YM and NQ are disagreeing that day, then ES is going to be stuck. But if YM and NQ are happy that day, then ES is going to be partying with whichever direction they both want to go. Yep, cool. So Deli uses the Russell instead of the Dow for a similar idea. The only problem with the Dow, though, is it doesn't have I've never been able to trade, find any meaningful order flow way to trade on it. So I don't execute on the Dow, but I do use it. That's what I'm saying. Russell's always tripping. Yeah, Omni's a big Dow guy these days too. Never forget who was the original old man trying to get everybody to look at the Dow. And he was like, Stowe, you're ridiculous. I'm like, I know, but look at the Dow. Oh, Jim, you're right. You got your spot 20 hours later. I mean, it's still good. Coach, you can't ignore the Dow. The Dow demands respect. Man, let's look at NQ for a second. Okay, coming down to it. $7.14. Good grief. That's why we weren't buying this down here, folks. Bit of a waterfall. All right. Well, ADR's in. Also sell low, buy back lower. That does work sometimes, Philip, but it doesn't work as often. There's less. Selling and buying are not the same thing. And that is what I often got wrong when trying to apply the way that I use trend with buying stuff to the way that I use trend in selling stuff. It does not behave the same. It's not the same thing. They're very different. They act very differently. So you're right. You can get away with it sometimes, but if the market conditions are the way that they have been for the last, entire year, with the exception of March and April and all the tariff madness. All right, here's 714. Let's see if anybody shows up. Look at this thin. Nothing. Nobody. Yikes. There you go. There's a little buyer. Now, if this is truly going to be the low, they're going to think about this for a little bit. It's gonna pop, and then it's going to pull back, and then it's going to continue. So we need them to put a low in here if this is going to be a low. I'm not just going to buy it because this is a number that I have. But it's getting happy.
So that was a good call, not buying the 6,700s.
Yeah. Just because it's a round number, you don't have to click the button. Oh my, look at this.
There you go.
It's magic, folks. It's magic. Again, this is just a free. Let me find it. All right. So, behold. This is what we're looking at on NQ. We got down to the +1 on the monthly. And buyer showed up. There he is. Delta shifted. Not too bad.
Nicely done.
Thanks. Well, I didn't do anything to it, so I can't take too much credit.
Oh,
I didn't take a trade there, but
It's listening to you. It's
yeah,
listening to every word you say.
I was I was talking nice to it today, Jim. I imagine I'm going to be mean and cracking skulls tomorrow, so I was trying to be extra kind to the market.
Oh, that's
today.
right. We have the big event tomorrow, right? We have and it's every man for themselves. There's no teams.
Nope, no teams. No teams.
Wow. All right, we'll see what happens here. It could be interesting. Are you just going to be Are you going to be sitting there all day, like 9:30 to 4, just banging away?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Are you joking? I gotta win. I'll get Chipotle delivered. I got it all planned out. It's gonna be beautiful. I'm gonna try not to leave this space.
Oh, Kane's going to kind of suggest you get Chick-fil-A instead of Chipotle.
Maybe I don't have a Chick-fil-A out here. That's the shame. Another part about living in the sticks.
That's bad.
No Chick-fil-A, dude. Yeah.
That's bad. That's bad. Oh man. Well, great job today as usual. Are you coming back this afternoon? No, it's going to be who's coming back this afternoon?
Nick and XY this afternoon.
Nick and okay, so we have the whole team this week today. That's awesome.
Yep. Yeah, today's the cool day. It's like all four of us and Kane at the same time.
Yeah.
Pretty fun.
Super awesome. Well, if you could hang out, I know Mission Control wants to talk to you after class. It's kind of
Am I in trouble? What the hell's going on?
Well, it's kind of like their sophomore
principal?
biology teacher saying, Stoll, could you, after the bell, I want you to stick around.
And I'm like, did they see me smoking behind the gym or not? I don't think they did.
Oh my God. The Kane was vaping right there in the stream. I got to talk to that boy.
I was going to ask him how the hell he gets away with that in a hotel room. You're not supposed to be vaping in there.
Well, not only that, I don't care what you say. It's not good for you, Kane. Come on, let's stop.
He's a kid. Let him have his fun. He can quit later when he's old.
No. Old man Jim is going to tell him how it is.
That's how you get this uncle nickname, by the way. You start telling people to stop vaping. This is unk behavior right now, Jim.
I'll embrace it for this scenario. I embrace it for this scenario. It's all healthy. Any event, hang tight. I'm going to do a really quick. You could even stay here. It's cool. I'm just going to do. I just want to do a really quick edge report if we can. Mission Control. And let's talk about crude oil. I'm going to pop up this crude oil chart. It's been really cool chart today. This has just been a really nice after the London initial balance. The low is pretty much set. Yeah, we kind of had this weird wick here all the way to Jack's 5, and some of the uses of the Jack's numbers that once you get past 1, 2, 3, and 4, a lot of times you see 5, 6, 7, 8, 9s that actually are meaningful. In this case, it was. We tapped it, right? We tapped that Jack's 5, gamma level 5, and then we just, boom, marched upward. There was no retracement. Yeah, one red candle. I don't know. Maybe it was an espresso break they're taking with Deli, but it just kept going and going and going. And not only that, we broke through that one-day max. Again, Mentor Q one-day max is a gift that keeps on giving on trends. 64.53. Jack's 9, we broke through it. Now we have a call resistance level at 65 as another target. And these bands are just, I mean, what do you make of these bands? This is a VWAP band, but they're just shooting straight up, Stowe.
Yep, exactly. Hardcore trend. That's what I make of that.
You should trademark that. By the way.
I mean, I've tried to trade crude so many times and it's not friends with me. So, so we have an agreement to leave each other alone, but yeah, it's very responsive. And these VWAP bands are, really good. If you figure out how to, view them with, in context, it's a good tool.
Yeah, I agree. But me and Shai are going to try to shake you out of the anti-crude, thought process. But so on a daily, though, this is even more important, I think, on a daily to think about it. Shai and Deli talked about it this morning about, every time we have a rally, some news comes out and breaks us back down. Every time we have a breakdown, some news comes back and pushes us back up into that sweet spot between 61 and 64.5. Well, today we had some news come out as well. Shai will tell us all about it. A couple of doses, and we're taking out this high wick here. I talked about it this morning. If we close above this high wick, then I'm going to be even more bullish as a breakout point of view. And then I'm going to be looking for this high wick right here. And this was at the beginning of September where we had that 66.03. Is it 66.03? I'll tell you exactly. I'm going to use my mouse. It is, 6603. So that's what I'm looking for in a breakout to the upside. I know it's only 2 days of green candles, but I think we had a significant move up here. And dollar is stronger again. I get that, but crude in itself is moving. One last thing I want to remind everybody, me and Mike Burke, we've cut and pasted a link into the chat. We're doing a special session at 4 p.m. right after trade the close. We're going to be doing a special session on the platform on some of the really cool features of the NinjaTrader desktop platform, mostly focusing on order entry, but also focusing on how to kind of do layouts, right? How to lay it out. There's so many permutations on how to lay it out because it's modular, right? You could have 5 domes up if you want. You could have 10 charts up if you want. So we'll walk through that. You can customize it to your own desires, so to speak. Oh, thank you for that, Mission Control. Link is in the chat. All right, having said all that, folks, we had a great morning. We're going to have a great afternoon. We'll be back at 2:30, and we're going to be doing some more trading on the close and another Edge report. So until then, thank you for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. We're getting there, man. We're getting that 150K.
Sweet.
Right around the corner. I know Stowe's going to be giving out pierogies left and right, probably.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I should do that. That'd be perfect.
I'll admit it. That was the best part of the care package you sent me.
Oh man. Okay, cool. That's good.
Delicious.
They told me I'm not allowed to make people food, but maybe I can mail them food from someone else who's licensed to make food.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, that's it. That's the prize. Thank you, Jim. Good job.
And Mr. Rogers' coffee cup is in second place, by the way.
Yes. Yeah.
In any event, so that's it. So everybody, thank you for being here. Appreciate everybody being super cool in the chat, working with each other, asking questions, giving some analysis as well. Appreciate that. So everybody have a relaxing lunch, and we will see you this afternoon.
Thanks, guys.